race winner, Lightning. It is going to be Lage that will go over the lead.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Forza Racing Championship 2017 New York Invitational, presented by Porsche. We are live from the flagship Microsoft store right here in New York City. It's going to be a great day of Forza Motorsport 6 action. I'm Alex Mendez, joined, of course, by Renee Butler as we get ready to call the action. It is going to be an incredible day of competition. Renee, I know you've known these guys for a long time. This is just such a fun atmosphere, and everyone's super excited about this event.
Yeah, I talked to the drivers earlier, and everyone is hyped, of course, but due to everything that happened yesterday, like Lage not ending up on top, Lightning being on top, Essex being qualified already, there's so many changes people didn't expect. Right? A race boy told me he never thought he would qualify directly for the grand final. He said, I'm sure I end up in last chance qualifier, but now he's qualified. So people are in positions they didn't have been before. So it's a great atmosphere, and we all wait for something new to happen now to surprise us.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's bananas. I mean, and even then too, you know, we had so much going on as far as, you know, the penalties and adjudication and whatnot. It is just so much to dive into, and I can't wait to get to it. But first, so let's actually talk about the event and you know what's been going on here, because obviously there has been some incredible racing action throughout the weekend. You know, I mean, not only are we looking to crown a champion here, but also the format of the competition. For those of you guys who probably weren't with us yesterday and maybe coming in today, you know, you see $25,000 on the line and you happen to be scrolling on Twitch and Beam, chances are you're joining us here. So we had two semifinal races. The drivers then from there qualified into the grand finals. We had the last chance qualifier, which will be taking place today. That, of course, would have the folks who did not make it into the grand finals. They have one more opportunity, one chance, one race to make it to the grand finals. And then after that, we're actually going to have a fun random grid exhibition. Some Forza personalities are going to be joining, some of our Forza Racing Championship drivers, you know, on the track. That should be pretty fun. And then the main event begins. We have grand final number 1 on the Virginia International Raceway, followed by grand final 2 and 3. After, we will crown a champion. And there has just been so much drama, so much going on here. I mean, you mentioned it before, right, at the top of the show. Lightning going into this one in the pole position, you know, being that, you know, the leader, so to speak. And Lage, he's actually in the 7th position going into the grand finals. That is just like mind-blowing, man.
It's the first time that I don't see him smiling all day long and being relaxed. Mm-hmm. Now that he found out that he will start 7th all the time during the grand final, he's actually really concerned about this. He's sitting there like, okay, something happened that I never expect to happen. Like, he knew that Lightning will be strong. He knew that Essex will be strong. All those guys in the top group. But he never expected himself so far down due to penalties. So I guess those grand final races will amaze everyone out there. Because it's completely new, it's mixed up, everyone is starting in a position that could still give him the win, but we don't know. I mean, it's just mixed up and I love it.
It's crazy. This is probably going to be one of the most intense grand finals in the history of this esport. Now, for those of you guys who are joining us at home, you know, hey, we want to let you know, you can win some cool stuff, by the way. And it's very simple, very, very simple. If you're watching us on Beam, all you got to do, go to your account settings page, link your Microsoft account, and you can get some awesome drops there on Beam and also on Twitch. Pretty much the same thing there as well. You go to ForzaConnect.com/Twitch drops. There you enter your gamer tag, and then you simply link your Twitch. Just for watching the stream, you can win some cool stuff. And speaking of cool stuff, it's actually going to be some sick liveries, by the way. So you're going to have a chance to get those on the stream. And for those of you wondering yesterday, you know, as well, I'm sure we had some winners on the stream watching. So it's going to be pretty cool. And we thank you very much for joining us here today. Okay, so I mean, I think at this time, you know, we talked a little bit about Saturday. We talked about, you know, like the craziness that had took place. But let's actually go ahead and recap the entire days of activities with our very own Verena. What's going on?
Hey, it's Verena at the flagship Microsoft store on 5th Avenue in New York City, here for the Forza Racing Championship New York Invitational presented by Porsche. Here's a recap of what happened yesterday. We started off with the exhibition race where Lage had the pole position and he took it home. Nobody had a chance. Now in the first group of the semifinals, the first race, it was head-to-head between Lage and Lightning. Lage started in pole position, but Lightning passed him on the inside on the first corner. Once Lightning got in front of Lage, Lightning took it all the way home. Lage just could not pass Lightning all the way to the finish. Although Lage finished second in the race, because of the penalties, Anto actually placed second and Lage could not keep up. In the second semifinals race, Lightning started in pole position, but got passed by Lage, and Lightning went off into the grass. We weren't sure if he was going to save it, but he got back on track. He passed Lage and held pole position all the way to the finish. Lage finished right behind Lightning in the race, but because of penalties, Kaiser Wolf came in second, Harmonic came in third, and Lage placed fourth. In the first semifinals of the second group, everyone was driving very aggressive, wanting to get to pole position. There were a lot of exchanges, a lot of on-track action, and it was super, super exciting. A6 took it all the way to the finish in first, 7 in second, and Raceboy 77 in third. Their second race was much more tame and somewhat uneventful, but once Box got out in front, he took it to the finish. Nobody could take it from him. Box finished first, A6 finished in second, and Chris finished in third. Moving on from yesterday's semifinals to today's grand finals, in the first group is Lightning, Kaiserwolf, Lage, and Harmonic. From the second group, A6, Box 7, and Raceboy will be moving on to today's grand finals. The first race of today is the last chance qualifier, which means the drivers who were eliminated yesterday in the semifinals still have a chance to make it to the grand finals, which are the 4 top drivers of the last chance qualifier. We will wait and see.
All right, well, thank you so much, Verena. And yeah, I mean, you know, it's going to be very intense, right? There's only one race, whereas in the semifinals and even in the grand finals, you have multiple races here, right? Like where that will take place. Last chance, that's it. It's one and done. And you are, well, you're over after that one. It's going to be intense.
Yeah, I think going down to just one race will bring out the worst of some drivers. Everyone will be pushing. Everyone will be super aggressive.
The Gfinity staff, you know, our marshals out here, they are
busy.
They're watching like hawks. Okay, it's gonna be sick. I can't wait. All right, guys, we know that you are waiting for it, and the last chance qualifier is about to begin. So, to guide us through the track is everyone's favorite analyst, Allie. What's going on?
Hey, thanks very much, Alex. Yeah, welcome along, everybody. For this first race, we are heading to Spa. This is a track that's absolutely steeped in racing history, all the way from Eau Rouge at the start, one of my favorite corners in the world. You can see it's a little wiggle there just behind the arrow. That's uphill, left, right, and then left over Raidillon and down the Kemmel Straight there. The end of the track, Blanchiment, it's a flat-out left-hander. If anyone can make a move there, they are Max Verstappen, and they've won the tournament. It's all over.
Oh, that's a bold claim. You know, he's just like, and it's done. You know?
Yeah, that 1 second and then it's over.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, right, that's just how, you know, racing works, right? And if you are not concerned about that, you know, hey, you shouldn't be here, right? It's time to put up or shut up at this point in time.
I mean, it's once again a P-class car, which could favor Venom. We talked about that so much.
But he's starting in the 9th position.
You really thought, okay, he will be there. He will be in the grand final. But so far, he didn't have a big impact on the whole. And
I know he wants to answer back. I know he wants to find himself here.
This car is great. The 19 hybrid car. So that was Porsche's return to Le Mans, official manufacturer. They want to win the series. They want to win that event. And this could be his car for his return as well. But there's also Chris, who really had a chance to qualify.
Yep.
But it was him pushing too hard, being over the top, pushing into other cars as well. So he just lost it. It was all him. So there are people that need to step up. in the way of being more aggressive, like Rossi, Diablo, Venom. But there are also people that need to step back a bit, like Chris. Anto actually, he was, like for us, he was in the grand final already, but due to penalties, he dropped out, and we have Harmonic with us in the grand final, and not Anto anymore. So he will be furious to make that happen right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going into that first position, in the pole position, so he's definitely feeling, at least quasi-confident, right? You can imagine. But then again, right, with how things panned out, I mean, keep in mind, Venom didn't even get to finish that first race, in the semifinals, right? For him,
True, yeah.
He actually crashed out because there was just so much damage to his car. He just couldn't continue in the race. So that whole skirmish in the start, that little, tussle is going to be really tough. And I'm really hoping that we can get a nice, clean start to this race here, and we can get some good action. What do you have for me, Renee?
It's really the best place to be, because there's a rouge and then there's a long straight right off, the camel straight down to the chicane. You're not really sure if you really want to be in pole position. Second position could actually have a great advantage.
Yeah, potentially. All right, guys. Well, it is time to get this bad boy going. We're going to Spa. It's the last chance qualifier. Only 4 will advance to the grand finals. In the pole position, we have Anto. In second position, we have GTZ Chris. Look for him to, it's going to be really intense for him, I know for a fact. Craviator in third, Diablo in fourth. That's a guy I'm really looking to make some noise here potentially. Rossi as well in the fifth position, another talented driver. Johnson, who we really haven't heard much from in this competition. Davey Skills, a guy who could very well come out on top if you're not careful. Zermatt, another sleeper here. Then you have Venom wiggling those wheels ever so gently. And in that final position, it's Chemical. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the last chance qualifier to begin. The drivers are ready to go, and we are off.
Offline going down into the first hairpin here. Whoa, that dive by Rossi already. GTZ Chris up to pole position. He made his way through. There's someone spinning around. I really fear that was Anto. He was on pole position before, and I told you this is hard. Like starting here on pole might lead to, but that's Chemical, that's Zermatt. Both teammates, Johnson aside. Whoa. There is a lot of bumping here. Pretty sure, that's Chemical's car. It's number 14 spinning through a rouge here. That's one of the critical turns on this track, and it seems like they're all not up to it. What is wrong right now? Davey Skills spinning around as well. Everyone is going crazy. Carnage all over the track. Van Anto down to 9th. Davey Skills not down to 9th, sorry. Chemical on 8th. Zermatt on 7th. Nearly every of those favorites in LCQ dropped already. Diablo on 4th. This is number 4. That's Venom. He's really the lucky guy in this now. Craviator on third position. I think that's Rossi on second right now. If I got that right. Yeah, and GTZ Chris, he's in the lead. What happened to Chemical?
I don't even know. I mean, at this point, they're just. I don't know what's going on down there. Like, it's just.
We know this will be intense, but I never expected such a messy start.
You have one race, there is no, opportunity to get back out there again. And that is just such a heartbreaker there. I mean, you have $25,000 on the line, and that is just not something that you want to happen.
Chris needs to calm down now. He needs to make sure that he's just fully focused, not overly aggressive, because everyone in the pack behind him is fighting. Venom, one of the favorites in P-Class cars, he will definitely cause some trouble there. He wants to overtake everyone like Craviator, Diablo, that's 4th and 3rd. So he just needs to stay calm, bring that home. Rossi now under a bit of pressure here by Craviator, but look at this. There is someone bumping into him already. Who's down there? That's Diablo. Yeah, the teammate of Venom. So it's actually 2 teammates on 4th and 5th. Craviator, the guy from JSR coming on, over from Australia. He's definitely under pressure, and it seems like GTZ Chris is the one winning like the first lap at least, because there's a huge gap already while all of them go up. Uphill here in Rouge, and we saw that's a critical moment. You can easily spin the car there. Those guys are professional, and Chemical just spun the car, but it seems he was not up to like being warmed up properly. Zermatt, Chemical, they all went crazy after that turn. They all crashed. I'm pretty sure they all got damaged on the car. So I don't see them really returning to the front pack.
No, not at all. I mean, that could very well be their race there. Here you go with Venom. He's going to be sitting in the bubble. Remember, folks, for Venom, this is a big opportunity for him. If he can find himself in the finals, an LMP kind of car, a P-class car, something that he thrives at as he comes around the bend here looking for some action. Maybe he can get him, but Diablo's going to try and hold him at bay. And there goes Venom yet again, just trying to see if he can find an opportunity. He's going to have to wait it out, but Diablo's not giving him anything to work with.
Problem is here, Diablo is the teammate of Venom, but Venom needs that 4th position to qualify for Grand Final, but that's the same for Diablo.
At this point, you're trying to make it, baby. You're not thinking about teammates. You just want to get through. He comes into the outside. Can he find it here as he's going to dive into the left, and Venom manages to take that 4th place spot. That is absolutely critical for him as Diablo fizzles off into the side there. Well played out of Venom. Ali, talk to me there. What are your thoughts in regards to that start and also what we just saw from Venom?
Yeah, an absolutely awesome move there from Venom, making it happen at the back of the track. It was difficult, slow speed. These high aero cars are difficult once you slow them down. They lose all that downforce and become very slippery. They're made to perform at speed, you know, in those slow corners. So a beautiful move there from Venom. I wanted to hop over to Craviator though to show you a little bit about being fast in these Porsches, especially because if you look in the bottom corner there, we've got his rev limiter going up and down. You can see him short shifting that engine, staying in the power band of the Porsche. It's really interesting to see how these guys are driving them, getting the very most out of these incredible cars.
Oh, man, well, thank you so much, Ali, for that one. And yeah, those are definitely things you're going to have to keep in mind. Renee, what did you see on your end here? Because this race has just gone off the rails thus far.
I mean, first of all, that Venom move was super clean. Super clean. On the outside, he knew there was a left-hander up ahead, so he had the inside line after that. And then we saw Craviator getting really, really close to Rossi. Once again, teammates. It seems to be about teammates. This Spa-Francorchamps Show racing. Well, we got Craviator side by side. Is that Rossi? He's overtaken Rossi right after the camel chicane here. Wow, what's happening? I mean, Rossi was on a good pace. Craviator seems to be in a comfortable position. They don't really need to move. It could be Rossi now just, you know, playing it safe. If Craviator is
Venom's going up against him too. We got a little bit of an exchange up here. Rossi, he lost out on that one, and now Venom has managed to inch himself just closer to the pack, to the front of the pack. Now in 3rd position, Rossi has fallen off a little bit, and that was something that, you know, I was really looking out for because it kind of happened to Rossi earlier in the competition when he had, you know, really strong start in the first semifinal race, but then after that just did not find himself going into the second here, and I'm hoping that that's not the case again, but could this be an opportunity for Diablo to try and take advantage and maybe get a leg up on Rossi? I mean, who knows, but we're 4 laps into this race now, and this action is just, it's been incredible.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm a huge fan of Rossi. I really like that guy, and it's awesome that he's here today. But it seems like as soon as he loses his rhythm, it really takes a lot of time for him to get back. So if there is a mistake, then you see him dropping right after really, really hard. Well, you see, so late on the brakes here for the chicane. Wow, he really tried to close that gap under braking there, but might be a bit too aggressive.
Ali, talk to me about what's going on at the top of the pack there. I mean, GCC Chris, he is racing a phenomenal race at this moment. You know, can he keep it up?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think this is a race that's being gifted to Chris. It's great to see. If you look there on the bottom left of the screen, you can see the feet difference, racking up 200, 300. I mean, hitting 700 here on the Camel Straight. That's a huge gap for him, and that's all down to that battle taking place for 2nd place. 3, 4 cars there, all getting involved with each other, slowing each other up a little bit, and just giving him that free pass and that ability to build a gap.
You know, one thing that I think is just so incredible is you look at the game, right? And anyone who probably isn't, you know, familiar with Forza that comes in here for the first time and watches, you think to yourself, oh, well, what's so difficult about this, right? But look at these turns and the car that they're dealing with in this one and the speed at which they're going. I mean, Renee, it's absurd the amount of discipline that these drivers have to put in order to maintain themselves on these tracks, because at any point in time, as you saw earlier with Chemical, you could spin out if you're not careful.
I mean, those guys are doing magic on those pads. That's for sure. I saw them during practice, and I really watched them close. Like I watched Lightning, I saw Asics driving, and I was sure I did a good job at the gamepad, but I saw how fast they are with their thumbs and how they twitch in to get into that turn, and how they make sure that they're not braking too hard and unlocking the tires. That's amazing. It's really breathtaking to just see them on the pads. And especially in this car, it's crucial. It's one of those aerodynamic cars where we now have Venom locking onto Craviator. This guy is not finished yet with his move upwards the ladder, it seems, but can he really catch up to Chris after that, or does he even want to? I mean, we know 1, 2, 3, 4, they all go through to the grand final, but otherwise you want to be in the grand final, but you also want to have a good starting position. I think that's it.
Yeah, I think maybe Venom wants to make a statement. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what he's looking to do here, right? You know, just get out there and just prove to everyone that what happened to him in those semifinal races were, you know, just kind of the luck of the draw, but not necessarily a testament to his ability. Ali, I want to get your thoughts here and bring you in. What do you have on your end?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're looking here at this battle brewing up here between Craviator and Venom. I mean, Venom is, absolutely, he's a pressure cooker here, right? He's sitting there behind Craviator, waiting for a chance, trying to pile that pressure on, and he's out there outside.
Yeah, chemical chicane. Seems like Craviator had to really be on the hardly defensive line because Venom was pressuring him so hard. You see Rossi catching up to them once again. That's really crucial right now. They should stop fighting too much.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. That would be the danger if those two fight too much. The guys in third and fourth, they're right in there. They're still relevant, and they will be catching up and making that move happen. So they need to get their speed down now. They need to start running those lines and basically come to a sort of mutual agreement that they've got to finish ahead of the guys behind, you know? And so, yeah, to stop the battle from being this fierce.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to win the race, you got to go further than the other guy. You know, that's the John Madden statement right there. No, but I totally agree with you, Ali. Thank you so much for that. You know what was interesting about that last that turn there when Venom tried to do it again? I mean, that was essentially the same exact move that he tried to pull, or that he pulled against Diablo, and then that pushed him, you know, further ahead from him, right? Venom right now, he is just crushing it, and he's in second position right now. This guy has a mission. He wants to go to the finals, and he wants to do it with style. Unbelievable. But look at this here. Craviator's trying to take him in from the outside. Attempts it, clips him. They're right on the tail. This is just, oh my goodness, absolutely intense stuff there, but good work nonetheless. And now we're going into the sixth and final lap of this last chance qualifier. And here we go again, a little group up there. This is where you really got to have that discipline and not freak out. And Rossi manages to get right back into the thick of things. He's going to be in third place. Craviator's going to have to take a seat from behind.
Craviator just tried too hard now onto Venom. He lost a lot of time with that attack on Venom. That gave Rossi the chance to come back. That gave position 5, that's Diablo right now, to get back in there. So every one of F4H will be happy, JSR will be happy. The only guy really missing in this right now is Esports plus Cards. Davey Skills got the fastest lap, but he's sitting on 8th. There's nothing he can do right now. That's last lap. So Rossi needs to defend this for JSR to make sure that Diablo... Oh wait, Diablo's on 4th already. Craviator dropped down to 5th.
What is going on here?
So another JSR driver out of Grand Final if this remains until the finish line. Could we get Craviator
hey
right
man,
now?
I'm an F4H fan, so let's make it happen. I would like to see 2 F4H drivers in the final. I think that'd be awesome, especially considering that we were thinking that it was going to be all Bam and Car, right? So this is pretty interesting to see how this one plays out. Craviator though, you know, he's in the bubble. He's trying to sniff some blood here, see if he can pounce on the attack, but he's just not really getting much out of this one. Goes in on the inside again. Nice job on the racing line as he continues to progress forward here. Maybe trying to shoot for a play there that Venom made earlier, but he just isn't close enough to be able to make that one happen. And this is the final lap, folks. And of course, we're still going to wait for the adjudication on the Gfinity side to see if any penalties were incurred. But Renee, I mean, what a race we've seen thus far here from these drivers.
I mean, that's exactly what we expected. Like, not
incredible.
Not the thing we saw during the start. We not expected that carnage, but it will be close. We knew that.
And here we
but
go.
This is way better than expected.
GTZ Chris, man, he finds it a breath of fresh air for him. He can relax. The job has been done. And Venom finishes. Rossi and Diablo finish in your first, second, third, fourth, and positions respectively. Of course, still awaiting adjudication. I'm sure that the Gfinity staff are just combing over the insanity that took place in that at the start of this race here. But I mean, at the end of the day, you still can't take anything away from what Venom was able to accomplish there. The way he raced that one, the way that he was able to take advantage of those opportunities, I mean, that was incredible.
he showed great pace. He showed like constant lap times.
Yep.
The only thing that we have to point out is he actually got so lucky during the start carnage. I mean, he came up the spot because everyone else was going crazy. Everyone was so pumped and hyped. They totally lost it. And Venom was like, oh, look, I started all the way back, and now everyone's gone. Where are they?
The part that it, just boggles my mind too. I mean, Chemical is a great driver, and that spin out early on too, and that spin out actually caused another cluster to occur, right at the opening, and that is, it's a heartbreaker. It really is a heartbreaker. But at the same time, though, I am happy to see a good variety of drivers, and I know for especially for TGC Chris, this was kind of redemption for him.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
You mentioned it so many times. He was in his own head. He was the one that was losing out on those. Really, he lost those positions because of mistakes he made. This time, he got ahead, and he raced flawless. That was just really good stuff, I have to say.
I'm super happy about that because, like I said already, he struggled in the semifinal.
Yeah.
Every time it was about that one lap.
The
he
whole
had
time.
the pace, he had the skill, he had everything to make it happen.
Yeah.
And then it was him being over the top, trying to be even better.
Yeah.
But now it was just like, okay, I will do my laps. I will make sure
And he
I'm
did it.
in there. And yeah, great, flawless.
And we are waiting on the adjudication from our marshals, so we'll make sure to get the final results in just a little bit. But for now, though, we actually have our one and only Scott Cole down with the drivers there, and he's actually with GDZ Chris, so I'm really interested to hear what he has to say. Scott, what's up?
Well, thank you so much. I'm down here with the winner, Chris. We had a little car insurance meeting off the start. Chemical sort of messing things up on the back end. Sort of made a nice Sunday drive for you in this one.
Yeah, after last day, it was a hard day for me because I have that little accident to Rossi. But this happens. It's racing, also in Formula 1 and stuff like that. It happens also, so yeah. But today, I just wanted to have a good groove at the first rounds. So yeah, it runs good.
What's it like being out there all alone when you don't have someone breathing down your back?
Yeah, you just to stay calm and do your thing, and yeah, I could do that. So yeah, unfortunate for Anto.
Yeah,
but it also happens. Yeah.
Yeah, it can happen to anybody. What does it mean to you? You had some rough semifinals. You get here in the last chance qualifier. What did it mean to come out on top?
Yeah, I hope that obviously, but yeah, you never know. I can do mistakes, so everything can happen. So I'm quite satisfied to be on top.
Now they're working on, they're assessing the penalties and that sort of thing. How did you feel about your race? Was it clean?
Yeah, for sure.
So you're not worried at all. You feel like
no,
the top
I'm
spot's
sure.
gonna stay.
Yeah, because I had no pressure, so I can't go sure that I raced the good lines, and yeah, I don't have to cut because I have no brief behind me to get to cut corners or something like that.
Well, it looks like you're moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
Yeah, it feels great. I hope that yesterday after the good qualification, but yeah, obviously I'm starting now at 9th position, so everything is possible.
All right, you hear it. This is the winner. The Sunday drive for Chris. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Scott. All right, so
you saw that? How calm he was already?
He was confident that
he looked
raced
like
a clean race.
He just went to grocery store like, yeah, happened. I'm pretty sure it was clean. Yeah. I mean, this guy, I'm pretty sure he was pumped during the race, but how fast he reffed back down, to zero. He was like, yeah.
Well, I mean, you saw when that race was over and finished, when the checker flag went down, you just saw him kind of sit there and go, because you knew that something could happen, and I mean, it happened before, right? He was racing incredibly, and then out of nowhere he got a little too gully, pushed up too much, paid for it, but I'm glad to see that he feels confident though. That's good for him, right? Especially if he makes it through to the next race. He, especially with the LMP cars and the way everything kind of went there. Good work from him. Regardless of the fact, I think, despite what occurs, right, I'm glad GDZ Chris, in that race, did not get in his own head and,
Imagine him being
flub
in
an
the group
opportunity.
Craviator and Rossi were in, like in the backpack.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I mean,
Yeah.
he would need to be aggressive there because it counts. We saw that. Like, it paid off for Craviator. No, Craviator's out. Craviator was in 5th.
Well, we're
Sorry for
waiting
that.
right now.
So, yeah.
We are
But-
waiting on the the final ruling here from our marshals on the Gfinity side, because obviously they are looking at everything, and I do have a live thing here telling me like who's going up and down. Nothing crazy has happened just yet, but we'll find out, right? But for the time being, though, we actually have Scott over back with the drivers yet again, and this time he's going to be with Rossi. Scott, what's up?
Thanks, gentlemen. Yeah, I sit here with Rossi. You're in 3rd position right now. Are you feeling comfortable with that?
Not entirely, no, because into the first corner I went a wee bit too late in the brakes, and there was a little bit of contact. Coming out the first corner, I seen that Anto had spun, and I only just looked behind me briefly, and there was cars basically spinning everywhere. So I didn't know what happened then, but all I had to do was keep my composure and just make a gap to the person behind me. But I was also aware that Venom was making his way through as well.
Oh, yeah.
So as soon as he was catching me, I felt like completely under pressure, because I know he's fast in those cars. He just got by me as soon as possible, and he chased after Craviator, who was in 2nd at that point.
Well, you're sitting at 3rd place. So, and they're going through the penalties and everything. So pretty much you're sort of on the bubble.
Yeah.
Are you nervous about this? About what's going to happen here in a second?
I'm a little bit nervous, yeah.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen, what penalties will be given out, stuff like that. So just have to wait and see.
What would it mean to you to stay in 3rd or even in the top 4 and be able to move on to the grand final?
I'd be pretty pleased. I wasn't completely knowing that I was going to go into the grand finals, because I think that the pressure we've got over me. So I didn't really expect. I thought I would have came in 4th position, but it wasn't the start that everyone wanted, and coming a 3rd place like that, knowing what happened at the start. It was just the right place at the right time, just to snatch those spots.
Got some nervous drivers down here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Scott, yet again, and I'm looking to see what's going on here. No updates just yet. As soon as we get them, though, we'll be sure to share them with everyone. And I think it's what's thrilling for me as an outsider is in all of my years, I have never quite seen an esport like this, right? Where you performed, right? You accomplished what you were able to accomplish, but then you're waiting for additional ruling, right? So and even for to be fair, even for guys like Davy Skills, who are now in a really awkward position, right? Because he was one of the folks that I had believed would go further into it. Maybe he's hoping something happened that would push him ahead of, give him something. I don't know, some kind of miracle.
I mean, we always have that feeling that everyone gets overshadowed by Lightning and Leish on that team, Esports Plus Cars.
Yeah.
But in all the previous seasons, they had decent finishes. They always scored good, stable. They have always been on top. Not the top guy, since their own team was always better, like Lightning and Leish. But this weekend, it seems like they're far off pace, and this could be up to this. Always feeling like I'm not the top guy of the team. I'm not the one people looking at. Mm-hmm. And Davy Skills should be a guy to highlight. It should be a driver that you highlight, because he's really professional. He's fast, coming out of retirement just for the Forza RC last season.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised not seeing him in the final.
Yeah.
In case nothing changes due to penalties and ruling and all that stuff. But I guess that everyone else on Esports Plus Cars will not be happy about the current situation, about the current status of every driver. Yeah, Leish and Lightning, they're qualified. Fine.
Yeah.
But for everyone else, this was a really hard weekend so far.
Yeah, well, we had a chance to catch up with a couple of the players, and I mentioned Davy Skills in particular because we did get a chance to speak to this, the veteran of the track, so to speak. He has competed in numerous titles in the past, and now he is here looking to punch his ticket into the grand finals, but it's not looking too good. But for now, though, let's go ahead and take a look at Davy's skills and really just what drives him.
All right, Davy Skills, welcome to New York. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I mean, it's a nice day, isn't it?
What's your mindset going into the weekend?
Just see what happens, because playing online is a whole different thing to playing in real life, essentially. And some people who are really good online turn out to be terrible.
Do you have rivals?
My main rival probably be ASICs. I pride myself personally on when I'm passing someone, it's because I'm quicker than them. It's just all about skill. Like, it's in the name, Davy Skills, like that's what it's all about. But the way he drives and the way he passes you, he will give you a punt into the dirt.
Now there's going to be calls being made. Do you think that'll come into play and people will be a little bit more kind of aware of that?
When it gets down to like the crunch time, people lose their heads. I think some people are going to be doing some naughty things, but again, you can only see what happens, can't you?
Where do you see this going in 5 years? Kind of what is your objective, your goal going forward?
Obviously the deal with Porsche is massive in my opinion, and I've heard nothing but big things are going to happen in esports. If I can keep winning, if I can keep doing well, then maybe in 5 years I'll be driving around in a Porsche 911 and you'd be interviewing me in that instead. That would be great. That'd be the dream, wouldn't it?
You seem very, very confident going into the weekend, especially with your experience doing live events.
The goal's always first place. It's always got to be first place. If you're not thinking that, then why are you here? That being said, I know there are people here who can beat me. So I'm going to be happy with top 5 would be amazing.
This has been really good. Thanks for your time. And we'll be watching for you. We're here at New Jersey Motorsports Park with this amazing GT3.
And we're doing a head-to-head challenge. Shannon just set a lap time for me to beat, and
I will.
will.
That's what you think. That's what you think. I want you to do well, just not as good as me.
Of course not. Gotta do what you gotta do. Here we go.
All right. Yep.
Looking right, just get the curve. And then brake hard at the 3.
Big brake, big brake, big brake. Now, good, beautiful.
That's right.
There you go.
Here we go. Not too fast here.
Not too fast. I can't let you be fast.
I know. I think you're taking advantage of your instructor position.
Especially on this one. Get down there first and then get on that pedal. Now, go.
Oh,
good.
I didn't get it fast enough.
That's good. You got it.
Mind if I drift right here?
Yeah, because that's not the fastest way. So go for it, girl. Drift away. All right, get on it. Here's your time.
All right, well, there you saw actually the second challenge between Verena and Shannon. We'll find out the results later on, though, so that should be pretty fun. Oh man, I mean, we are still awaiting the final results here, so I am not going to comment on anything just yet because I am getting some updates here that I see, but I'm not going to talk about them until Gfinity confirms it, and we are 100% on who will be moving on. But I'm telling you right now, though, it's going to be a doozy. It's going to be some shockers. It's going to be some. No.
Don't tease that much.
That's how it's gonna. That's how it's gonna feel. It's how it's gonna hit you to the core. By the way. But you know what, though? Let's actually, while we continue to break this down, guys, we have plenty more amazing interviews with folks. And one individual in particular, I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Let's just go ahead and jump right into it.
Hey guys, Shannon McIntosh here at the New York International Auto Show with Forza Creative Director Dan Greenewalt. How you doing, Dan?
I'm doing really well.
What do you think of a GT3?
GT3 is a beautiful car, and of course, I mean, their performance is legendary. I'm so excited. They're keeping a naturally aspirated car, and they're keeping a manual in there. I think it's really cool.
So you just announced this relationship and this partnership with Forza and Porsche. Tell me a little bit about what that looks like.
Porsche and Forza have a long history together. We've delivered a ton of cars. These cars speak to people in a way that many cars just don't. I love that, we can give people those experiences. And the 7 cars we had, the Forza Horizon 3, are incredibly hot cars. I mean, it's fan requested stuff. I mean, I love esports, being part of that gaming community, and I love motorsport. Bringing those two together means we have incredibly dexterous gamers who are born with a controller in their hands, and race car drivers that know how to use a wheel and know every bit of the track. So both sides are going to be teaching each other, and that's when we're going to get the most magical results.
So this seems like a really authentic, exciting relationship. How has that been received by the community?
The community loves Porsche. So it's been well received by our players, but I don't think our players even know what's in store for them. We're going to be creating experiences across the boards, and bringing the two together is all about community. A real world community, a digital community, and really fast racers.
Thank you so much, Dan, of course. Had a chance to speak with him myself, and awesome guy. So we'll be catching up with him a little bit later in the show. Okay, so for right now, though, on my end, I'm seeing things are confirmed, but I have not gotten the okay to say what it is. Maybe because we're going to make it pretty graphic and whatnot, which I can only imagine. It'll be pretty, by the way. So we'll go ahead and do that. But for now, though, we actually have our very own Shannon down on the floor with one of our awesome influencers here. Shannon, what's up?
Good afternoon, guys. Good to see you again. Hope everything's going well over there. Yes, I am here with TC. He is one of Forza Motorsports influencers, and we had a chance to talk earlier this morning. We actually found out that we both live in the Atlanta area, but you have been involved with Forza Motorsport for a long time. Tell me how you got involved. When did that start?
Well, I've been involved with Forza Motorsport for about, I would say about 5.5 years now, and got started off doing tutorials back in Forza Motorsport 4, drifting, a little bit of circuit racing, mostly in the drifting scene, and then later on down the road, I started getting into more circuit racing, a little bit more seriously, and then really tried to start bridging the gap between real life motorsports and virtual motorsports, and really trying to bring the players of Forza along with me into the real world.
Very cool. Yeah, so, you've been kind of a voice and kind of somebody on the inside. So tell me, you've been here all week. You've been around for seasons 1, seasons 2, and now the New York Invitational. Tell me what you think. What's your perspective been this week, kind of seeing the production and what's going into this?
Oh, it's huge, right? It's awesome to see the scale that Forza has achieved with competitive, just this competitive spirit is just huge, right? The amount of players. And not only the amount of players, but the caliber of the players going back and forth. The competition is absolutely crazy. So, it's awesome to see the skill level of the players out here for sure.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Yeah, so, another thing that's been interesting, we've had a lot of adjudication going on, and we've just, like they said just now, that's going on right now. Is that kind of new, and is that something that you think is going to bring everything up another level? What are your thoughts on that?
I think what that's gonna do is that's gonna really hold the drivers to a high standard, and really make sure that they keep upping their own skill levels, because that just literally just makes the game a little bit more tricky the higher up it goes. So yeah, I think it's a good thing that it's in the game as much as it is now.
Absolutely. Yeah, so tell us, a lot of the community that's watching right now, they're familiar with you and kind of what you're doing, but tell everybody else where they can find you, kind of what your outlet is on social.
Well, basically, they can find me at TC9700 Gaming on YouTube. Mostly, that's the main. That's the main place they can find me. They can also find me at that exact same thing on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram if they want to, and mainly if they're looking for a good mixture of every single community in Forza represented. So I like to represent the drift guys, like to represent the circuit guys, and even the Forza Horizon guys, the open world guys. So I try to be a voice for the entire community.
Awesome. Well, we're really glad to have you here kind of on the inside, telling everybody what we've got going on here, because I know that there's a lot of cool stuff to come. All right, guys, back to you. I know we have some more stuff to come. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Shannon. All right, so we are ready.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead. Whip up the graphic. It's time to show it. And ladies and gentlemen, Rossi will not be going to the grand finals. Your finalists are GDZ Chris, Venom, Diablo, and Craviator, aka Crazyator, as I like to say. Yes, so I had saw this come in. He was actually penalized, and I don't want to get into the weeds here. In fact, the good news is we're actually going to have explanation on the matter in just a little bit. But I did want to just let you guys know that, it was a penalty that came down for Rossi. Rossi, who finished in the 3rd position, will now finish in the 5th position. To break everything down, let's go ahead and send it over to the boys on the floor with the Gfinity staff to go ahead and make this one a reality. Tell us why. I want to know. I want to know why, Warren.
That's right. That's what we're here for, is to give you guys some explanation at home of what exactly happened in the race. You saw the story. You saw Rossi having a chance there. But Warren from Gfinity, what happened in that race in terms of qualification and adjudication?
Overall, it wasn't intentional. We all know it's a tight start off, specifically on the first corner. Obviously Rossi going into the first corner, it made him kind of overrun, so he was locked in. So, obviously because of that, it backed up with all the players around him. That was the collision in the end. So, not intentional, but, more importantly, he had no movements. So he had to lock in, he had to follow his line. But again, it wasn't intentional, and, unfortunately, that's put him in for a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, it's too bad for him. I know that the top 4 was all that mattered for this race because they're going into the grand finals. Was there anything in the back that was worth discussing, or were we really focused on the top 4 there?
Top 4 was focused. There was, because at our first collision, the top 2 kind of got ahead of everyone, and then, the middle of the pack were kind of constantly fighting, but there was nothing that kind of oversteered the fact that we thought that there was loads of, implications to actually affect the rest of the race. So the rest of the race was clean, but more importantly, it was all about that first start from Rossi, and unfortunately, he couldn't get out of the way, and he just overrode the corner.
Yeah. It's that tight La Source curve there, Renee. It's just one of those curves that anything can happen at Spa, and unfortunately Rossi's the man out this time around. Back to you guys.
Really, really sad to hear, actually, that this happened. I mean, we know turn 1 is always a problem. It's a tight situation for everyone, and seeing Rossi, one of the guys where I said he needs to get more aggressive to qualify, and then ending up with a penalty.
So I think the lesson here, Renee, is we don't listen to you. Because if you're telling people to get aggressive over here and then they incur penalties, I blame Renee. It all makes sense.
So that Rossi dropped out is my
it all makes sense. Anyway, no, seriously though, this, I think anyone who was watching the race kind of sort of got the idea that was going to happen, right? I've been scouring, looking at the community and seeing what they're talking about, and that's what they were saying, and it's true. It was very apparent. I was more interested to see if any other smaller penalties had, occurred that would bring down some time for others, maybe cutting the track a little bit, when you shouldn't have.
Cutting is not really an issue on that one.
Yeah, no, I know, but I was looking for the small details, right? I just want to be as vicious.
I'm surprised that there's no penalty for chemical. There was another spin, and I think there was someone else crashing into the wall because of that.
We don't need to add insult to injury here.
That could be the case.
Guy, not only is he terrible at giving advice, but he's also very not. I love you, man. Just very mean. No. For the time being, though, guys, we're going to go ahead and get ready because we have some awesome stuff coming up. But for now, though, put the hoodie on. That's it. You're done. But for now, let's go ahead and send it over to Shannon, who has a driver interview.
Hey guys, there's no doubt that things are heating up. We do have the runner-up from this last chance qualifier, Venom. Tell me how you're feeling after that one. I know things are getting intense. How was it?
That first lap was complete chaos. Started down in 8th. Made my way through. At one point I thought I was going to get damaged, but I made it through, was in 5th, caught up to the top 4, made my way into second somehow. I just got really lucky.
Yeah. And starting back in 8th, knowing that there's so much on the line and that, this literally is the last chance, what were you thinking? Were you kind of trying to hold back, stay away from the mess, and then you just kind of find yourself up there? And how did that play out?
I told myself yesterday, I was pretty unlucky. I was going to need to get really lucky today. So I was just telling myself, we'll see what happens on the first lap. And things went my way. After that, it was just, usual. P-Class is my home. That's where I'm, I feel most comfortable in. Everything just went my way. A few guys got really unlucky. I feel bad for them. Huge congrats to Diablo also for making it my teammate. So it's all good.
Very good. Well, you note that about the P-Class. You had a couple P-Class cars in the finals. How does that look for you? Are you kind of positive about that and that makes you feel good?
I got a little practice in the Spider at VIR. Haven't practiced the 919 at NERB because I didn't know if I'd be here. A little bit of practice at Watkins with the 918. We'll see how things go. The P-Class cars could go my way. They could not. Could get unlucky again. Same thing could happen to everybody, though. So we'll just see how it goes.
Yeah, you never know. And, there's something on that note. There's money up for grabs. Does that kind of affect your mindset going into this? That's a lot of money to win, and, you're sitting pretty. You're ready to go.
I'm just happy to be here. I was going to be happy with any amount of money I walked away with. Dead last, I'm happy. New York has been awesome. Really thankful to Forza Motorsport, Gfinity, Porsche for flying me out, giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, very good. Well, good luck to you. Congratulations. We'll see you in the finals.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much there, Shannon. Appreciate it. And Venom, it's like one of my favorite players. I'm a big fan of Venom, and I'm glad to see him push forward. There you go, baby. I got you. I think, we highlighted a lot, especially at the top of the show yesterday, about his prowess with the P-Class. Him saying P-Class is his home, it's where he feels comfortable, and knowing that going into the, grand finals, you're going to have 2 LMP vehicles in that one. That's going to be great for him, right? Of course,
Still starting in the back. That's
still
it.
starting in the back, and what happened in semifinal 1 definitely haunts him. But I think he's racing a much more careful and just kind of aware race this time around, as opposed to what had
I
occurred.
just love his answers. Always like,
he sounded
I may
like a
win,
pro, by the way.
I may not win. I do this. I may not do that.
He sounded like a pro. I just want to say, man, he sounded like a pro, like our traditional racers out there giving those interviews. It's like, we went out there, we did what we could do, and we made it happen. It was like just a great
Just
interview.
missing the thank your sponsors stuff of NASCAR.
I know, right?
Other than that, perfect.
I know he's got it, man. He's got it. Oh dear. Okay. Well, guys, I mean, what a really edge of your seat kind of situation there for a lot of these drivers here to see where they would find where they would place ultimately and leading into the grand finals. But once again, congratulations to GDZ Chris, F4H, Venom, Diablo, and Craviator. That is pretty awesome stuff. You're going to have Craviator representing JSR going into this one. You're going to have 2 F4H drivers in Diablo and Venom.
Yeah.
And then you're also going to have GDZ Chris going in there trying to make it happen. It's been awesome. Can you see, before we go to a break, can you see any of these guys potentially making some noise in the grand finals?
GDZ Chris, he was second in our time trial and didn't make it through to the semifinal due to him being too fired up. And now he was in control of this race, the last chance qualifier. He may also be in control of the grand final. The only problem is he will always start in the back in all 3 races, but Leish as well. So if Leish can go through there, he can do that as well. Just stick to that, make it your way through together, and then beat him. Take away the win, win the weekend, get home with all the money.
Yeah.
And Germany wins then.
Okay. Calm down there, Captain Germany. All right. Okay, guys. Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we're actually going to have an awesome exhibition that will be taking place. So you're not going to want to miss that one. It's the random grid race. So that will be pretty fun. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, plenty more Forza Motorsport 6 action right here at the Forza Racing Championship presented by Porsche. This has been an awesome weekend, and we'll see you guys in just a few.
This is for Richard. I don't need to see him. Tell him it's from Thomas.
Richard? Someone called Thomas dropped this off for you.
Thomas? From the office? Thomas drove 400 miles to drop off this.
438.
Whatever would possess him to do such a thing? He could have given it to me on Monday.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I had a little itch up here, and I just had to get to it. Welcome to the Forza Racing Championship New York Invitational presented by Porsche. I'm Golden Boy, joined now by Scott Cole. Scott, good to have you here.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a decade in the making.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? We've known each other for a long time, never cast anything together.
And we're also we're the largest casting team in all of esports.
We're huge in New York.
Right here, baby. You know, right here in the Big Apple.
Is that a fat joke?
It is a fat joke.
I'm cool with it.
That's good. I'm glad you are. It makes me happy. Okay, well, one thing's for certain. This upcoming exhibition is going to be very interesting.
Bananas.
You know, bananas, you know, dare I say? What other kind of...
Yeah, the cool thing is we're going to have some influencers, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to do a random grid exhibition race, and we're going to mix a little bit of the influencers in there. So this is their chance to prove that maybe they should be here. They're not only great at making content, they're also great drivers.
Yeah, and actually, we should run through which of our influencers are actually going to be joining us. So first is Slap Train, of course. He's a YouTuber and a drifter.
Incredible drifter. And I was watching a lot of the chat yesterday when I got here in town, and everyone's like, "Where's Slap Train? Where are all these guys?" Well, we're going to have them for you.
Yeah.
So that's the super exciting thing is they're going to get a little airtime.
Yeah, and you saw him earlier in the day. Tomcat will be going up there as well and giving it his all. And then we're also going to have Beetle Comet, who actually...
Love the name.
Yeah, what great name. Seriously. Never change. But I think I saw some people on Twitter joking about how he's going to crash into everyone, but I could be wrong. So we'll see how that one works out. And then
Rubbing's racing.
Yeah, and then you couldn't do this without the one and only Super GT. And he's going to be exciting to watch. I really want to see how he performs out there too.
Yeah, very popular guy. Can do a lot of things. He's really fast.
Yeah.
When we were talking about, how fast is he? Is he as fast as these guys? And they say just a tier under. So just a tad bit slower than our guys. But of all the influencers, He's the fastest.
All right, well, we'll see how this all pans out, Scott. It's going to be pretty exciting. And, of course, to guide us through the track and some of the action, to break it all down, you know him. You love him. We all love him. The one and only Ali. Ali, tell us about this track.
I want you to introduce me into every room now, Alex. That would be nice. Just, that's good. That works. We're off to Le Mans now. I mean, we all know it. It's just a part of racing history, just such a brilliant circuit. Of course, the home to the very famous 24-hour race that takes place here once a year. I think the corner to watch out for around this track is going to be Tetra Rouge. That's the end of the first sector of this one, onto the first straight. You can see it there, the top right corner of the track map. It's all about hooking that corner up, and it's very, very easy to get bogged down on the curbs. If you carry an extra mile an hour in there, though, you're going to have that extra mile an hour all the way down that enormous straight. So yeah, definitely a place to watch out for right there.
And Ali, tell me about the car as well. You know that our drivers are going to be racing in.
Yeah, I mean this one is going to be the. I'm not sure. I think it's the 918 Spider we've got coming up here. Yeah, is that right? So then, in that case, it's going to be this absolutely state-of-the-art new Porsche. It's a beauty. It's got two electric motors in it, powering each axle, and then in between them, an engine, which I think in all generating almost 1,000 horsepower, the whole lot. So it's an absolutely incredible piece of machinery. Yeah, it's going to be great to watch how they get on.
Now I know I'm new, but I'm pretty sure we're racing the 962C here.
No, you know what? What caught me off guard? The graphics has the 918 Spider.
Yeah. I mean, I'm new.
You know what? Maybe we just randomize it. You know what I mean? We put someone in like in some
random grid, cars, random cars, random tracks, whatever we got to do.
Give them a little go-kart out there. I'm fine with that, right? I'll tear it up out there. Put me again. I'm
First
a big
of all,
guy.
you have no
that car
license.
down.
First of all, let's be honest here. You don't have a license. You live in New York.
Listen, don't the world doesn't need to know that right now. Again, why is everyone?
Can we put if they put a subway in there?
Ali, I gave you a beautiful introduction. Can you please defend me here and talk about how amazing I am? Go.
Scott is an incredible racing driver, winner of series after series. There's no one who seems to be able to stop this guy. Now moving on late in his racing career to commentating. It's great to see him here, bringing that expertise.
Yeah, expertise.
Yeah? Does that work?
That works. Thank you, Ali.
No problem.
Nailed it. Yeah. Oh, dear Lord. What have I'm going to get just
It's the extra bit, we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun with this one, right, before we get it serious.
Yeah, right, because, we have the grand final coming up, and this is when armpits are going to get sweaty, okay? This is when things are going to get, a little hot and heavy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, in that last chance qualifier, my pits, I don't even know how you wear that jacket.
Look at this. Let's be honest. Can we talk seriously for a second?
Oh,
this jacket's fire.
It really is.
And both temperature and style.
Yeah, no, it really is. Funny, I'll tell you what. When we came out here for the event, they told us typically when you come out, you just kind of assume you're going to wear a suit and tie,
sure,
right? And you just you accept it, right?
We've done that a few times.
It was a breath of fresh air to be told that I don't have to dress up in a penguin suit and call some games, which was very nice. So. Big ups to Forza to turn 10 and everyone else working on it, because I just want to breathe, baby. You know what I mean? I just need this air to flow. Like I said before, I get sweaty.
So they're going to mix a bunch of the drivers that we have here, our top 18 that got invited.
Non-sweaty.
The influencers, are they going to have fun with this, or are they going to get serious about it?
Everyone's going to get pretty serious,
Yeah.
I would imagine it, right? Like, why not? You coming out here, you want to just show up.
Pride's a big thing,
right? Pride is a big thing. You just want to go ahead and do your thing, and I'm pretty sure. Actually, Ali, I want to get you in here, Ali, real quick. Do you think that the guys are going to be a little serious on this, or you think we're going to see? Yeah,
100%. Yeah, no, they're going for the win. I want to see Super GT here, representing GTR as well, a very big club out there. So I think definitely they're all going to be absolutely in it to win it. It's a tough old ask, though. These are some of the best races on Forza Motorsport. It's amazing to see them all gathered here together. You don't actually see lobbies like this very often, with so many incredible races all together, going for the win. And so, yeah, it's your chance. Now do it. Get in there.
Yeah. Ali, would you win if you went out there? 100%?
100%.
100%. No questions asked?
He's pretty confident.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but he's talking
I didn't finish my sentence, and Ali was just already... He was
he's like,
that.
I'm pretty much the best here.
All right,
You know, we watch a lot of motorsports.
Yeah.
24 hours at Le Mans. You love it as much as I do?
You know what? I would tell you right now. So I've actually just dived into this world of motorsports, and I've fallen in love with everything. I've actually been watching a lot of Formula E. Has been pretty fun for me, and then I keep up with some F1 highlights because the big race is going on.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
absolutely. We're missing it.
So you know, I'm trying to keep up with everything. I've been having such a good time with this. Right? It's been super entertaining. So in that regard, I would say the Le Mans race. I like
You're not
it, but
there yet.
I don't know how
you're working up to it.
That's a lot of racing for me. You know,
That's a lot of chicken
I
wings.
Get there.
That's a lot of ham sandwiches.
Yeah, I know.
Some cold beverages.
I know. I am very interested to know like the community's perspective on it. Like, do is it like, do you tune in for it, and how do you watch it? You know what I mean? Like, do you just kind of like you said a lot of chicken wings and stuff?
You got to watch the start.
Of course,
you always got to watch the start and the finish, and then there's times of strategy. We're not going to have that today, you know, because. Come on, we
not
got
doing
places to
24-hour
be.
race?
You got things to do, but
I thought we were. Unfortunate.
No. But the cool thing is, you know, the connection with Porsche is they've won. They've had the most wins at Le Mans. 18 wins as a manufacturer. Absolutely phenomenal.
Wow, I actually had no idea. That is.
I'm just here to educate.
Yeah. So actually, we just got word here that we're going to have the drivers in this race, and I don't know the explanation on everything, but it seems like we've kind of changed a little bit here.
Okay.
Something may have occurred.
I'm willing to go with it.
The influencers, unfortunately, will not be joining us on this race. I don't know what happened. I'll get an update. I'll throw it out there. Maybe they got some penalties. Maybe Gfinity came out and just said no.
I'm new. Can we put this on me? I'm new. I'll take it all.
Blame Scott Cole.
I'll take it all.
He comes here and the whole thing just falls apart. You know what I mean?
I'm cool with taking the blame. Send it to me.
Roast Scott, Allie. Go for it. I'll sit here. What do you got for blame him?
Scott, you're amazing.
No, don't do that.
That's my guy. That's my guy.
I was like, literally, you know what? You're dead to me, Allie. No more nice intros.
There's no more Mr. Nice Alex.
No, that's it. But we are going to have the drivers out here.
Yeah.
And this is actually going to be a full warm-up race, but it's still, I believe we're going to do random grid on Le Mans. So that's...
So this is the folks that are going into the grand final are going to warm up.
Yeah.
Is that how we're seeing it?
I believe so. And,
Well,
we're going to get the grid right now.
Brian says yes, so here we go.
Okay, so this is the full group here. And this is our random grid exhibition. So we'll have Lightning, Asics, Box, and 7 in the 1, 2, 3, 4 position. And then we're also going to have, as you saw down there too. So this is the
Lasian 7th.
Lasian 7th.
That's the one to watch for.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I need clarification if this is the random grid exhibition or because I know that this is how it's going to come out for the final, but for the random grid, this is not that random. So we'll see what occurs. You know, but we actually do have Brian, though, on the floor there with Warren. Brian, what's going on?
All right, guys. Yeah, we got a change of plans for the schedule. I know we wanted to get those influencers in, but we also want to give the finalists a fair chance to race and get prepared for the grand finals. So, Warren from Gfinity, let's talk about what we just experienced there. We've got the finalists here in this warm-up race, right?
Yes, we've got all 12 finalists ready to go for the main match. Obviously, we want to get the influencers in, but from a level playing field, I think it's a little bit unfair that if we pull some of the players on and they actually have a bit of ahead of time or warm-up. So I think from a program standpoint, and to make sure everything's professional and level for all players, that we stick with the 12 players, let them go into the exhibition match, and don't you worry, we will see more influencers coming up.
Yeah, and let's look at this as just what it is, a warm-up race for the grand finals. We're going to Le Mans, a very powerful car. It's going to be a preview of what we might be seeing in the grand finals, guys.
All right. So,
well, I'm actually super more excited.
Yeah, super more excited?
Yeah, you know, they threw me in. I was like, they're just going to let me call this, race that doesn't matter. This becomes big.
You know what? You're right. That actually, this could, as Brian said before, right? It could be a preview. So, Scott, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, man.
I'm ready to go. If it's on Le Mans and it's a Porsche that they're going to be inside of, we're ready.
This is going to be intense. Everyone at home, ladies and gentlemen around the world.
Was that a bit of a buzzkill from Warren? That's a tough job to have, right?
Warren,
Captain Buzzkill? You know him better than I do.
I've known Warren for many years, and if there's one thing he's very good at doing, being a buzzkill. You know what I mean? He crushes it every time. All the events I've worked with him is just buzz, kill, buzz, kill, buzz. You know what I mean? And it's just, at the end of the day, you can, I'll find his Twitter for you. I think it's like
No.
Warren Fish. You
Don't
can just
do it
roast
to
him, you know? But in any case, though, guys, here we go. It's time. We are going to get ready for our warm-up race before the grand finals. It's Le Mans. It's a very, very famous track, one that you were talking, one of your favorites as well. How cool is this for you to be able to call a race on this track?
First race on this, in Forza for it to be Le Mans. 1923 is when they first constructed this track in France. We talked about Porsche being the most winning manufacturer there at 18, and it's 8.46 miles of absolute terror, especially in a 24-hour format.
All right, so the random grid. Lage got first. Venom got second. All right. And this is interesting here. So it seems like Asics got thrown all the way down there. Kaiser Wolf further ahead. Race Boy in fifth. That is just, he's in the tail end. That's just unfortunate for him. There goes Seven out there as well. Harmonic in the back too. Man, and I heard the players actually.
Yeah, they groaned. They didn't like that at all.
That was pretty funny. What are the chances that Lage just gets that first spot, man? Like, come on,
And there's our winner of the last chance qualifier, Chris.
Yeah.
Back in the back, so he's got a chance to make some moves. He just spent the last race all the way out in front the entire time, and now he's going to have a chance to bring up the rear.
All right, folks, here we go. We are green on Le Mans, and I wonder what our drivers are going to do here right off of the break. And let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, the interesting thing here as we head into Dunlap's curve is got 3 laps. I mean, this is a long track. And it's going to be interesting how these guys line up. By the way,
Lord,
we already have a little bit of contact, and it is the Porsche 962C, one of the most successful race cars of all time. And this baby, Alex, can get up to 240 miles an hour. So when they get on the Mulsanne straight on the back end, look for a lot of speed out of these guys.
And right now you're going to be taking a look at Asics there, rocking the number 16 as he continues to progress down here. He's in that 3rd position. Maybe wants to get in front of a box there. Venom, by the way, in first. So
how
about that one?
How good has he looked these last 2 races? He's just sort of in his own zone, getting out in front, and he's a guy that maybe when we get to the grand finals could be a dark horse.
Oh, 100%. Man.
Yeah,
I think he has all.
You sort of called that at the beginning. When you had the driver meeting with all of our talent and the drivers, you're like, I feel kind of good about this guy.
Well, not only that too, but I had an opportunity to speak to a lot of the drivers, and they themselves told me that Venom is going to be a guy to look out for, because at that moment they had just found out about the cars and the tracks, and they looked and said, oh man, this is 100% something that will benefit a guy like Venom because of how confident he is, in these faster cars. He's just a dude who likes to go fast, and he thrives in that kind of an atmosphere. So I get it, and he's just proving it right now.
So on this back straight, the Mulsanne straight, you got 2 chicanes here that they're going to have to go through before they get down to this corner. And this corner is very slow. You got to be delicate. As you see A6 get a little sideways going through there. You got to respect that corner, Alex. You get going in there a little too fast. It doesn't take anything for these guys to get a little bit of oversteering and move their way out of the way.
Dude, look at that. I mean, just the speed that they are pulling right here. It's insane. GDZ Chris, by the way, he's rounding out in the back there. Ali, what do you have for us? We want to bring you in to get your perspective on this race thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that, a little bit wide there for one of the guys through Indianapolis. I mean, I just wanted to say how important it looks drafting on this track. I mean, it's so essential to get in there just behind somebody and make sure that they're moving the air for you up ahead. If you hit a wall of basically standing still air, your car will not go as fast as it will if you tuck in behind the car in front, and then you will just nail it down these straights. That's why you can see everyone sitting behind each other like this, and that's the fastest way around this track, especially in a racing situation.
Ali, we talked a lot about this track. What's your favorite part of the track?
Porsche curves, 100%.
Oh,
you can
okay.
see here, that's off the track there, isn't
Yep.
it? But that is through Porsche right there, and that's the trouble with it. That you get a wheel on the grass through there, it will suck you off the track, it'll have you in the wall in no time at all. But if you hook it up perfectly, it feels so good. It's such a flowing section of right, left. So nice to drive through. So that's why it's my favorite.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ali. When you hit it just right, Alex, it feels really good on those Porsche curves as you start to come around here for lap number 2. But if you get a little squirrely, you sort of, now the car's not flowing as free as you'd like it to, and you start to clam up a little bit and maybe over adjust.
Yeah, we saw Jeezy Chris, by the way, really just lose himself on that one. I'm sure he certainly isn't too thrilled about that one as he goes out there and he manages to get right back onto the line there. So we'll see.
Yeah, that Dunlap chicane, when you're coming off the Dunlap curve into the Dunlap chicane, working your way toward the S's, that's really what can make or break you in there. Lange, with a rare mistake, he turns a little bit sideways as we're starting to head down the straight, and he falls back a little bit, and he cannot believe it.
Yeah.
Maybe hasn't been as crisp as we've seen him in the past here in New York.
Very, very shocking, to be honest with you. But you know who has been crisp in this one? Venom. He has looked phenomenal. He has not looked back. He's continuing to add on to that lead there, and really just, he's not looking back, man. That is exactly what you want to see out of this young man. Big opportunity for him coming up ahead. I mean, keep in mind, he did start, further ahead of the pack there. But it is also shocking to see Leish, who started in pole position, kind of go back down there a couple stops into the 6th position.
Riding along with Diablo now. He is in 5th. It's Venom, Box, Lightning, 7. Of course, Diablo here. You see a lot of speed on this car, not great handling, but the acceleration is off the chain.
Especially when you talk about the handling, right? How many times do we see off of these curves just flying off into the sunset, right? And looking to mow a lawn for a moment. That happened one too many times here as Diablo now. He's good looking to get around here, find 7 in front of him, and he's just waiting for that prime opportunity. And this is a warm-up race for a lot of these guys, right? We talked about it before. So clearly this is a very important opportunity for them to just be able to get out here, get comfortable, feel good. But I have to kind of get your thoughts, and Ali as well. I want to get your thoughts too. Ali, we'll start with you, and then obviously we'll come over to you, Scott. When you're in these warm-up races and you end up at the bottom of the pack and things kind of don't go your way, do you really put much thought into it, much stock into that situation?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I can see where you're going with that, Alex. You start off, I think, every race kind of thinking this is for pride, I can kind of do something here. But the second that something goes wrong, I mean, we're sitting on board, I think, with Leish right now, and he's handling a little bit of a difficult race. You can kind of always throw that weight off your shoulder and just say, it doesn't matter, it was just a warm-up race, it was just this or that. But of course, all the guys who are winning it are thinking, yeah, actually, points scored, I've actually done something pretty nice there.
Well, you take it back to real sports or anything, or even when you're getting ready for any type of esports, you practice the way you play.
Yeah.
You practice bad, you sometimes play bad. If you can come in and have a great warm-up, whether it's warm-up laps or a warm-up race, that can give you confidence to move on into the grand finals. I want to give a big shout out here. Looking at these beautiful cars, we've had some great painters.
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to Javier and Robin from Turn 10 for, let's just say painting 90 cars in a few days so we can have these beautiful, beautiful liveries out here. And it looks absolutely fabulous at Le Mans as they head through the Dunlap and move through the S's here in the 3rd lap. And you're riding along with Lange here in 6th place. Just does not look sharp. We mentioned before, has not looked sharp here in New York. This could be a Lightning, this could be a Box, this could be their time to finally step up and let's be honest, steal one.
Yeah, very true. I mean, I do feel like more so than in any other competition in the past within the Forza RC, this is certainly anyone's game going into the finals. Granted, Lightning has been racing just incredibly. We haven't even talked much about Lightning here, which is pretty surprising, actually. I just personally, I just feel like at this point in time, it's It's so close. It's neck and neck. It's incredible. And that is a joy to see, because I truly did believe coming into this event that we were just going to see Lage dominate, considering how well he has performed in seasons 1 and 2 of the Forza RC. But season 3, man, is really turned out to be the most exciting yet.
He looks so comfortable. You know, that second chicane when you're going down the Mulsanne straight is very uncomfortable. You know, so many times you see not only drivers here in Forza, but in real life sort of have that understeer feeling going through that chicane. Venom has looked very crisp, not only in the earlier race, but here in the warm-up, he's looked strong, right along with Harmonic now, as we move into that slow corner. As you notice, on the first lap, that corner didn't get a lot of respect. As we hit the third lap, it's got all the racers' respect.
Oh, everyone now is just being, you know, just aware of it, right? And keep in mind, again, this is a warm-up. We're not going to see Le Mans in the championship, in the grand final. But for a lot of these guys, right, it's just, you know, just kind of like getting out there and getting the bearings together. But man, I have to say, you know, huge shout out to Venom and Box and Lightning over in third. They've been able to maintain themselves. Lightning started pretty far back, if I'm correct, in the grid. I could be wrong, but I believe he started
kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah, like middle of the pack, like,
yeah.
And so he's sort of that happened in the beginning.
Yeah, he sort of stayed sort of in that third place, and well, he came into New York and came out strong. I mean, he took Lage on that first curve that we had in semifinal number 1, and he really hasn't looked back.
Oh, indeed he hasn't. Here's another guy too, Diablo, who he had a roller coaster of a race in that last chance qualifier with his own teammate passing him. It certainly was something that I'm sure he just did not expect to happen. But you know what, though? He is still in the grand final. That is what matters most as we get here to the final stretch, and this is it. Venom on top. He's done a brilliant job here. Could this be shades of what we see? Oh dear Lord. You know, when the race is over, just crash into everyone.
It doesn't matter. Let go of the controller, and whatever happens, happens. But I'm telling you, they're having a good time, and really, that's what the exhibition races and the warm-up races are all about. And these guys got a ton of respect, and the sportsmanship between these guys. You know, we've been to
Venom Stone Cold.
We've been to a ton of esports events, and sometimes you have some rivalries, but it seems like these 18 guys really get along well.
Yeah, all the players, man, all the drivers, they came in here and they were all just really calm, really chill, and that was really cool to see, right?
It's sort of a reflection of the community. You know, you got this community out here that's very welcoming, very nice, respects each other, and respects their talents.
Yeah, I've actually, you know, had awesome opportunities to connect with the community on the Forza RC Discord that Gfinity hosted, which we got to get you.
Yeah,
in there.
I'm on.
So
I'm finally on.
You're on it. All right, yay. Yeah, you know, I had a chance to, big thank you to to Ali for the hookup there.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic to be able to talk to the community, and I just encourage everyone. I had an opportunity to go to I think ForzaMotorsport.net, see the forums, you know, see what people were talking about there. I think overall it was just really dope, right? And everyone everyone wants to see cool stuff. They want to see Forza grow and succeed as an esport. But what's been awesome is that everyone's been really chill, and that's fun.
And a lot of people don't know, I stream out there on Twitch. I do a lot of Horizon.
Not a selfish plug at all.
I do a lot of Horizon, so I say that to say, as sort of an outsider, we're sort of getting into this thing. We're honored to be here.
Of course.
But everyone that's come by my stream from the Forza community, whether I'm doing Motorsports Fix or while I'm doing Horizon, absolutely a great community. And when they offered us to be here, like, yes, 1,000 times yes.
Yeah, that sounds a little pandering, but we are, because we love you. Seriously.
We're big teddy bears. Look at us.
Look at us. Just hug us when you see us. You know what I mean? It'll feel amazing, like hugging a unicorn. Actually, I don't think that would be that good.
No. I'm not down with that. I'm not on the train, but I do want to subscribe to your newsletter.
Yeah. Okay, well, enough of the shenanigans here. We actually have Verena down on the floor with an interview. Verena, what's going on?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Slap Train, aka Peter, or the other way around, and I just want to get to know him a little better. So, Peter, what do you do?
Well, I've
pretty much found myself now as a full-time job on YouTube, just posting videos every day, 10 a.m., 4 p.m. I've been starting a lot just to use the wheel cam. So I have a GoPro hooked up to my chest. I have a full rig at home, and I just have some fun sliding around with some friends. So it's been really cool to actually see some of them here today because we are here with the ESDA as well too. So we've been here with them, and it's really cool because I've also been competing with them. So it's nice to see also them getting some spotlight as well as the circuit racers, which has been really cool. So.
Awesome. So you're known as the drift specialist, and how did you become the drift specialist?
I pretty much wouldn't say that. I just really enjoy drifting, and I've just found it as, I've just been having a lot of fun, and, I found myself at home just kind of sliding around with a bunch of friends and just turned that passion into what I'm doing now, which has been really cool. So I can kind of relay that now into the videos, and it's just really cool to kind of grow from nothing to, here we are today in New York. So it's been quite a ride for sure, but I'm definitely no drift specialist by any means. There's a lot of great guys out there and great drivers.
Awesome. So how long have you been playing Forza?
I started way back in Forza 2, which was actually, I was on PlayStation for a while, and a friend invited me over to his house to kind of show me Forza 2, and he was saying, the brake actual rotors will heat up when you brake. And, since then, I sold the entire PlayStation setup, and I went Xbox and never really looked back. So it's been quite an experience just kind of seeing the series, just evolve as to what it is today. We have Forza Horizon now. So, I'm just really excited to see what's to come.
Okay, that's awesome. So I was talking to you a little earlier and asking you what you were doing before you were playing Forza and being a full-time YouTuber. Can you tell everybody what you were doing? Because I think it's an awesome story and how people can follow their passion.
I was an only child growing up, so after, like going outside and playing with friends, I'd come home and just play some video games. And, I always found passion behind that and, just kind of continuously played. And then I was in school. I finished school, did 4 years of college. I then worked like 5 years full-time and then just tried to kind of separate that. And I found out that, I can really make this a full-time job. So it's been really cool to kind of just, have that passion explode into, here. Yeah.
Yeah, it really seems like a dream job for you, right? And I think that a lot of people who are watching would want to be just like you. Now, what does it take to do what you do?
Consistency, for sure. There's a lot of long hours, for sure. There's a lot that goes behind just the video. There's a lot of editing. Just a lot of time, really. So, just being consistent. But the biggest thing is you just got to do it because you want to do it. And that's where a lot of people will go wrong is, they don't have those kind of inside values where that's what they want to do. So, this has been just an believable experience. So.
Now, long term, where do you want to go with this?
I'd love to just keep doing what I'm doing right now. This would be great. Just stay here, just playing Forza at night with my friends and just seeing the series franchise grow. So.
All right. For those who are watching, if there's one piece of advice that you could give to them who want to do what you do or to just get into Forza drifting, what would it be?
Do it for the right reasons and just be consistent. I started on a wheel about 4 to 5 years ago, and it was a very tough thing to do. The biggest thing is just to keep going with it. There's going to be a lot of hurdles to get through, and there are a lot of kind of techniques to learn. But once you get them all, it just flows. But just time and consistency for sure.
Awesome. And I think that's with everything, especially physical racing. Now, let's talk about physical racing. Do you have any experience with physical racing or drifting?
I was actually, for the first time at the track, I was with Michelin, and we went down there and we were driving some M4s around. It was the thermal track, so that was a great time. First time actually being on the track driving. So that's the plans for this year is to actually build a drift car and hit the track and see what happens.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Slap Train. There you have it, folks. I will throw it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Rena.
I want to be like that guy when I grow up. Is that cool?
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Dude,
not
believe
like
in yourself
you.
And you can
Not like
accomplish
you.
anything.
That guy.
Yeah, no, believe in yourself. You could do it all. Okay.
What was that? I never heard of PlayStation.
I'm not getting into that can of worms. I will say though, what was really cool, about that in particular, was really just him talking about like his first Forza experience. Mine was, I remember getting my Xbox magazine and Forza Motorsport. The first one was on the cover of the
remember
magazine,
that.
and I
Yep.
remember seeing that. And my brother, who is a huge racing game fan, he actually played. He got me into it, especially back then in the Dreamcast. As a matter
Is this
of
a
fact.
back in my day moment?
Back in my day,
they had magazines.
and we had these things with paper. And the paper doesn't update, just so that everyone, some people know in the Gfinity side. Inside joke. But seriously, though, that was just like a really cool experience. And ever since then, man, been following the Forza series. What about for you? First Forza?
I will say I lived in a life of sin. I was a PlayStation guy before 2005. Forza was the reason I went out and bought an Xbox.
Really?
Similar to some of our influencers here. I went over to a friend's house. He had Xbox. I played Forza. Immediately, took all my money from my summer job, and I'm like, need this now.
Wow.
I got the hookup, and so it's been a 10-year love story.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff. Well, we can go here. We can talk about how much we love it, how much how amazing it's been in our lives. But I think for now, you guys want to hear from some of the drivers, and who better to talk to than the guy who came out in the pole position, winning that race on top. Venom, Verena, what you got?
Hey guys, we have Venom here, and he is the winner of the first exhibition race. So how do you feel? You were eliminated yesterday in the semifinals. You came back really strong today, being second place in the LCQ, and now you win. You're the winner of the exhibition race. How do you feel about all of that?
Today seems to just be my lucky day. Pole position, one of my favorite tracks, car I'm good in. I mean, they're just setting it up for me. There's some things in the 962, like you have to press the clutch on the launch. I don't think many people knew that, so I got a good getaway. And then I just drove, simple.
Awesome. Well, that was a secret you just gave away. No, I'm just kidding. So going into the grand finals, what is your strategy? I mean, everybody's driving very aggressively. There's a lot of exchanges on the track, a lot of action. What is your strategy going into the first round?
Not ruin anybody's race. I'm just going to keep it clean, stay clean myself, try not to get any penalties, and see where I finish.
That's a great strategy. Now, racing live with all the competitors right beside you, do you feel the pressure of them just sitting beside you? And I when they cut to a lot of the drivers, I saw the drivers kind of look right and left during the race. What's your strategy when you're racing live?
I've actually found it to be easier than at home. I've been a lot more nervous for things that I've done online than this. This has been actually really easy. I was really surprised. Just taking it easy, staying focused, and just doing my race.
Now, as far as your preparation for these live races, what do you do?
Me and Lightning actually did, some practice before the event. Me and him are always racing around. We like to banter a lot and stuff like that. I just pipped him in the lap times that last race, so yeah. Other than that, there's not much else you do different than an online race. Maybe just some have a smile on your face, things like that, say the right things. Other than that, it's about the same.
All right, so going into this next competition, who is your biggest rival?
In the prototypes, I'd have to say Harmonic. It's all car to car. That's my closest competition, him and Lightning. I'm sure Lage is up there as well. In the 918, who knows? I could be all the way at the bottom. I could be mid-pack. Who knows who's going to be down there? So we'll just see.
All right. Is there anything you want to say to your competitors?
Good luck. Hopefully I don't ruin any races.
What a nice guy. And is there anything you want to say to your fans out there who are rooting for you?
Thanks for the support. P-Class, P and X guys don't get a lot of media coverage, things like that. But, we excel in the classes that we race. And it's nice to prove that, being down in the lower end in the B, A, S class, and then being able to really shine in this has been good. And I'm glad to, prove that us guys can race at the top level.
Cool. One last question that I just thought of. Why is it so important to win this championship?
I think that's not for me. I think that's for Lightning to lose if he does. Lage is down in 7th. Anything can happen. It's really, winning this is good for exposure. The money's nice. New York has been real nice. I think winning this just really boosts people's confidence. Anybody who's made it into the grand final already is probably pretty happy with how things have went. So yeah.
Well, awesome. Great catching up with you today. Congratulations making it into the grand finals, and good luck today. Tossing it back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much. And there you see our beautiful heads. Oh, dear.
Oh, God.
I am a...
Lord help us.
We are a tub of lard, I'll tell you right now.
Hold it down.
I don't know who approved that shot, but we are going to have some words, sir. In any case, so Scott...
Yes, sir.
You know what? We're going to have you down there talking with some of the guides, I'm sure. In the
I
middle
enjoyed
of the
that.
races.
Me and these guys have been absolutely fantastic.
It has been fantastic to talk to them. Who do you got?
Ooh, I guess I can make a pick. And, I'm not calling it, so I can make a pick. I think Lightning's going to finally get the monkey off his back. I think this is the time that Lightning finally does it. And I'm still with you. I like Venom as a dark horse. He's looked tough today.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be an interesting outcome. My goodness. Well, Scott, it was a pleasure. As always, we'll catch you down there with the drivers. But coming up next, though, we have plenty more action to come. It's going to be awesome. The finals will be here, and I cannot wait. It's going to... I mean, honestly, it doesn't get any better than this if you are a Forza Motorsport fan. We will see you guys in a little bit. When we return, the grand final starts, and we find out who will be walking home with the lion's share of that $25,000 prize pool. We'll catch you guys in just a few.
I never really noticed cars. They've always just been there. The box that takes me to school, that we take family trips in. But one day, my dad took me to this place. The cars didn't look like boxes anymore. They were different. Some were older. Some were newer. But they all came from the same place. They had wings and muscles and eyes that looked at you. They were all fast. The engines sounded angry. But they made everyone happy. The cars weren't dirty, but people cleaned them anyway. Total strangers made new friends. And all the grown-ups stopped acting like grown-ups. I never really noticed cars before. Now I can't stop thinking about them.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going? So welcome back. I'm just going to go ahead and pop that off there. Welcome everyone to the Forza Racing Championship Invitational right here in New York City. Golden Boy alongside Renee once again as we get ready for the grand finals. This is it. Who takes home the cash? Renee, it truly just, it doesn't get any better than this, man.
I mean, we saw it in that exhibition race already. Everyone is hyped. Everyone is on fire. I'm a bit afraid that it could have impact on some of the drivers. What happened? We saw Leish struggled a bit. Lightning was in a good position. Venom was in a good position. So how does that turn out on the grand final now? We go back to a car we saw already in semi-final. So a car where the guys that qualified first should be the best on, since they qualified in the semi-final. But then we saw Venom being in control of such cars. So, hey, why not him winning this? And it's the first time that Lightning is on pole. He overtook Leish every race, but it's the first time that he will start on pole.
Is this, I mean, you know, do you have a feeling like that we're going to see something different?
It would still be cool to see Craviator or Raceboy on top.
Yeah.
Just because they're both like, yeah, we're here to compete, but we're not really competing for the win. Which is not true. Those guys are amazing.
Yeah.
So it will be great to see them on top and see them fighting for this. On the other hand, will we see the current storyline, which is Leish and Lightning? Will we see them even battling? Because Leish will start all the way back together with Venom and the other guys of the LCQ. And we know that that Venom can be a threat, especially in those cars, which is not favorable for Leish. So we might not even see him on top. And that could be a good thing for Lightning because, he wants to make sure that it's not the same story.
Another thing, too, that was brought up before that, you know, Venom had said was he actually practices with Lightning, which I really didn't expect to hear.
It's a different team,
Yeah, it's a different team, but, you know, that makes sense, too, right? They were hanging out together, you know, at the player meet and greet. I remember, you know, them kind of just coming to me and us just chatting. So, you know, makes a lot of sense. But, folks, I mean, it's about to go down. The grand finals of the Forza Racing Championship right here. It's about to begin. Now, let's go ahead and actually talk about the track as well, because you mentioned before we're going to go to the Virginia International Raceway. And Ali, I want to get your thoughts on this one, my friend. I mean, what should we be expecting to see in this race?
Yeah, this is the first track here the guys are going into for the finals. Virginia International Raceway, one of the hardest tracks on the game. There's no two ways about it. NASCAR bend, that is turn 2 and 3. So you're going to see the hairpin there. NASCAR is the left-hander there after that. It's a trail break into that corner. So easy to lock up those tires and so easy to run wide. Later on in the lap, you've got the snake. That's a long straight, lots and lots of lefts and rights, and then into faster corners after that. It becomes harder and harder to keep that car online and to keep it in exactly the right place. I think it's fascinating to see that we've got the RS Spider back again from yesterday's semi-finals now into the final for this race. It's got a beautiful front end on it. I was saying it before, you know, if you guys want to try a super fast, you know, really good feeling racing car, which goes straight out of the box, then just jump into this Spider, stock tuning, stock everything, and give it a run, because that is exactly how a fast car is supposed to feel.
All right, well, thank you so much, Ali. And yes, this is going to be an exciting race. Renee, what are your thoughts?
I mean, first of all, this car is a beast. We know that. Even in real life, it won the 12 Hours of Sebring back then as an LMP2 car. So it's not the highest class, but they won overall. It was the first time that this ever happened. So it's a great car for us to have here in Virginia. We had Virginia in Season 2 already during the finals. So all of them should be like aware of this track being some sort of a difference. It's very long, floating corners, a lot of high-speed sections. Esports Plus Cars, the whole team was amazing back then on this track. So I guess they could make a run here.
Okay, so that actually is a pretty good transition for us then. Let's get those picks out there. We heard what Scott said earlier. He feels like Lightning could finally get the monkey off of his back. And then he also felt like Venom could be a dark horse. I am going to go and say I think Venom is going to take it.
Oh, really? The whole thing?
I am sticking with my guns here. Venom or Raceboy? That's what I'm going to go for. Just because I'm a fan of Raceboy. I'm a fanboy.
Give me the top 3.
Okay.
Who was Like, who starts top 3?
Oh, yes. Let's see here. Lightning, Asics, and Box. I'm not going to lie, though. I'm being very bold here by saying, making my claims.
Yeah, Venom starts all the way back.
Venom's in the 10th position. Race Boy's in the 8th position. So, I'm being reckless with my picks just because I can. I will. Okay?
It will be Asics or Box.
Yeah.
Because
okay. Oh,
both of them don't got
really?
the pressure. Both of them don't got the pressure. Lightning got all the pressure onto him right now. I hope for him to win, really, because after 2 seasons being the runner-up, it should be his season. But hey, Asics and Box.
You have Asics and Box. Okay, you know what? I would like to bring Ali in here too. It says that that we're supposed to make our picks. Ali, what about you? Who you got?
It's Lightning's time, guys. It's Lightning's time. He has been sitting there 2nd place in Season 1, 2nd place in Season 2. He's now got every opportunity to win this. I think he's put himself in the perfect position. He's trained for this. It's time. Let's do it.
Okay, so we have our picks. Let's get ready, folks. The grand finals of the Forza Racing Championship 2017 New York Invitational presented by Porsche is about to begin. We're going to Alton, USA for the Virginia International Raceway, and it is time. We are going to have a very interesting start here. Asics and Box in the 2nd and 3rd positions there. Of course, Lightning is going to be in the 1st, 7 in the 4th. A person we haven't really spoken about much going into this one, Kaiser Wolf as well, coming in here hot. You're going to have Harmonic in the 6th position, followed by Lage, Season 1 and 2 champion, now sitting in the 7th position. Race Boy, America's favorite driver, even though he's Canadian, sitting right there. GTZ Chris, North America total. And then Venom over there in the back alongside with his teammate Diablo, and rounding out the rear, it is Craviator. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin the grand finals of the Forza Racing Championship. New York Invitational is a go. Who takes home the lion's share of $25,000? Renee, talk to me. What do you have?
Oh, there we go. Pile up in turn 1 already. GTC Chris on the inside. Slight spin, but it's still under control. Lage back to 8th position. Who's on 6th there? Because I could see Kaiser Wolf moving forward really, really quick. Diablo had to back off a bit already. Raceball down to 10th position. That's not a good start for him. Lage still at 8th, battling with GTC Chris. Venom also in the back. Look at this. Nothing changed early on. There's a spin. Whoa! We've seen Box going off track. Everyone going off track. Carnage all over the place in Virginia on this racetrack. Asics still a current leader. Where's Lightning going? Kaiser Wolf on 5th.
I believe Lightning's in 2nd.
Lage is in 7th currently. Craig on 9th. What happened there? Box down to 11. Diablo on 12. Oh dear. Harmonic in 3rd position, followed by Bam 7 here, locking onto his back. Lightning still trying to hold on to the lead, but he can't because there's someone else already all over the place. Wow, that was early carnage.
Not something that I thought I would see here, especially for Box. That is just going to be very unfortunate there. Lightning in 2nd place. He came into this one in the pole position, but Asics is in that spot presently. As Bam 7 looking for the opportunities here. He's going to wait his time. 7 laps in this race, folks, so there is just plenty of driving to happen here on the track. As Bam 7, he's just waiting in the wings for that opportunity for him to make it happen here. I am interested to see what's going on, though, with Harmonic up ahead, as he is relatively far away from that 2nd place driver as well. Let's actually jump over to him here. So there you have it. He's just, kind of trailing behind, waiting for that prime opportunity, but it's Lightning and Asics, and I just don't see these two guys giving him much to work with here. 3rd place could very well be the position that we see Harmonic in throughout the duration of this race, given the history of the two drivers that are up ahead and how they've, just how they've played in the past.
Asics is just totally surprising me here, being in front right away, because we know Lightning...
Is it really surprising, though?
Yeah, because Lightning is great in defending. We saw that in the semi-final. He's really good in doing this. He can recover nearly every slide and then still defend the inside line or make a really wide car. This car is wide already, but he can make it even wider. It's more like the Great Wall you all know here over in the US. So
what?
It's Asics now in the lead. It's not Lightning anymore. I'm surprised. So Harmonic in 3rd. Yeah, we knew he can be good in P-class cars.
Which Venom had mentioned before in his
Yeah,
interview
but
too.
Venom can't really get through the whole group there. He's still far in the back. Same for Lightning. No, not Lightning, Leish, actually. It's an L problem.
Yeah, and that will definitely be a problem. I really can't see a world where Leish will allow you to be able to get ahead of him there, right? I mean, that's just not something he does. Actually, let's go ahead and take the cameras when we get a chance over to Leish, because I know all eyes are on him for sure in this competition. He came into this one the heavy favorite, folks, having won seasons 1 and 2 of the Forza RC. Now in this Invitational, he's in a really weird position, something that I'm sure he's not all that familiar with, Renee.
But look, he's on 6th position already. GDC Chris also did a good job, up to 5th, and he went through the LCQ. So, hey, he's overcoming some people that have qualified directly. But Leish is in a good position, 6th position. That happened in Season 2 Grand Final already. We saw him struggling in one of the races. Lightning took over, Lightning got in the points. That's why he was so close at the end. But I'm pretty sure this will heaten up. Even after race 1, it's nothing, like, it's not over yet. It's the first point of the day.
One thing I do want to mention too, we talked a lot about GDC Chris and how, you know, he oftentimes, and right there, oh my God, I was gonna say it, that was the moment, man, where I felt like, you know, he has Leish right behind him, the pressure is on, how does Chris perform here? And then boom, off to mow the lawn. That is just something I did not expect to see, but it happened, and I'm not all that shocked.
Let's be honest, Leish could be in killer mode right now. I mean, we know that this guy can get in that zone, being focused. And GDC Chris, wow, this guy is super fast, but what happened there? Once again, it was him all on his own, doing a mistake. We saw that by Harmonic, we saw it by Chris. It's pressure. Hey, this is not an online race. Everyone see on the stage, they hear us, they feel the atmosphere, and it's way harder than just racing at home, and it seems like GDC Chris, that has an impact on him.
I think, you know, I mean, I do feel for the guy, man, because I was talking about it in that moment, and then it happened, and it's just like one of those things where I'm just,
Lightning with the crash. What happened here? Lightning jumped all the way down behind Leish. Leish up to 4th position. This changes everything. Essex in the lead. No one really challenging him so far because Harmonic went up to 2nd position. Wow, this is really action all over the place. Virginia definitely proving its status as a good track.
This is insane. Ali, we have to bring you in here, man. What a race we've had. We thought the last chance qualifier was hyped up, but this has just been absurd. What do you have?
Yeah, absolutely. This is really heating up this race. I was just hopping on with Lightning there, just saw the crash. He backed into Leish mid-corner, lost the rear of that car, and we just caught on afterwards as it just over-rotated. He couldn't quite catch it, and slipping down there from 2nd to 5th. So that's hurt his chances. But remember, he's still ahead of Leish. So it may come to somebody else here, this battle.
Well, actually, Lightning is, he's tailing Leish at this moment.
Absolutely right.
So, and it's okay, though, because there's a lot of action going on here. But with that being said, can Lightning, Ali, find his way back in this race? What is, he's now going up against, dare I say, an unstoppable force there in Leish. This man is determined.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, he's got to get his head down now. He's got to just put those lines together, get his rhythm back. I mean, it must be frustrating for him. You know, he caught up to Asics 13 there in 2nd place. It's his pace is the reason why that spin happened. So he's just backing up on the braking, a little bit of a concertina effect. And just, you know, saw him just losing the back of the car there. So he's got the speed. He knows he's got the speed for this. He just has to get his head down and convert it into lap time.
We now got 2 BAM drivers being inside the top 3 just because of all that changes we saw so far. And Kaiser Wolf, he didn't even do anything so far. He was just dropping down. I mean, Leish came from the back, Venom came from the back. Everyone was just rushing besides him, and he's dropping. But this fight for the lead is really starting to heat up. It's lap 5 out of 7 while we see 7 finally locking on to Harmonic. That's Esports Plus Cars versus BAM Esports here. Whoa, going a bit wide. 7 running way too wide in that left hand. They're now on the braking, but look at him. He's so strong under braking. He's closing that gap right away. Harmonic not really increasing the gap coming out of the turn, even if he got a better traction, it seems like. But whoa, if 7 is able to pass Harmonic, then it's BAM being in total control of the Virginia race.
I tell you, one thing I just we didn't talk about 7 at all. right? We really overlooked this guy, and I feel bad because, I feel like it's a disservice to the audience. We should have been talking about Bam 7, right, and what he brings to the table here. What a showing from these guys, and now we're in this position where, it's a completely different top three, but Leish, can we just speak about how incredible this is of him? He started in the 7th position and slowly but surely climbed his way into that 4th spot. Incredible.
The problem here is that in the last grand finals for the whole season, season 1, season 2, we always changed the starting grid. So even if Leish does a great job here on Virginia, he has to start from right from the sketch once again on the next race. There's no other way for him. You will always start in the back, giving Lightning a significant advantage in this race. Also the BAM guys who, actually I got wrong. But Lightning in 5th, Leish in 4th, 7th, 3rd, and then we got Harmonic in between them and Essex in the lead. But hey, those guys will always start in front of the champion. And it seemed like he tries to go all out. I mean, that was running wide, but he's just trying to lock onto BAM 7.
Ali, talk to me. What's going on your end here? Anything that you're picking up?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just jumping back here with a battle between Box and Raceboy. Might be worth passing over you guys if Box just makes the move there. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, Raceboy slipping down the move positions here. Both these guys we know to be very, very fast. I mean, Box, of course, qualifying very easily in that in his semi-final. And so it's great to see him now just, pushing forward, of course, but not the ideal start for either of these guys. Battling for 8th position, I don't think that is that doesn't speak to their talent at Forza. They could be at the front of this pack.
Yeah, very true there. I mean, Box just had a really interesting start, and of course, we will see what the ruling is on the side of our Gfinity Marshals as they get ready, because I'm sure there's just a lot to take away from this race in particular. We're going into the final lap here, folks, of our first grand final. It's been a nail biter thus far. If you're just joining us, the Forza Racing Championship 2017 New York Invitational has brought us some incredible highlights and incredible racing in Forza Motorsport 6, and we hope that you're enjoying the action, because I know that as an announcer, I'm certainly enjoying what I'm seeing here between all of our competitors. Now, this is the time. Enough talking. It's all about doing. And for these drivers, the money that's on the line here, $25,000 split up. The lion's share of that takes home $6,500.
Look at 7, going on to Harmonic. Whoa, making the move possible there. I didn't thought that is possible at that moment, but he's just diving in there, making sure, mate, I'm here. This is my spot. I want the inside line. Harmonic had to back off and give him that spot. So it's BAM 1, 2, and then Esports Plus Cars with Harmonic. So, hey, we sat there in the shadows, of Leish and Lightning, but it's currently Harmonic being the best Esports Plus car driver, but it's not over yet. Lap is still running, and Harmonic is very, very close to BAM 7.
You know what, 7, I have to say, man, this guy, he has just been...
he's off the track now, he went too wide. It was the GDC Chris phenomenon. He pushed too hard, running wide. Oh dear, where's Essex finished the race, but what happened? Did Harmonic drop too much? Leish on 3rd, Leish on 3rd.
Lightning took 4th, Harmonic's in 5th. Oh
wow.
My goodness.
That was the last turn.
6th, Chris in 7th, Box in 8th, Raceboy 9th, Diablo and Venom rounding out the 10th, 11th spot. And my goodness gracious, that was a final there. I know Harmonic is just not happy about that whatsoever. Wow.
I mean, the start was carnage already, and everyone was trying to push,
typically at the last turn, right, of the 7th lap, of the final lap, you'd see everyone really just going at it safe. I mean,
there was nothing you could do anyway about 7 anymore.
Yeah. Did it look like he was getting a little too aggressive on 7?
I think so, because like I said, I just said he was locked on to his to 7. He was pretty close, and then he thought, okay, under braking, I might get close to 7. But we saw 7 being so good under braking, especially on this car. And then you got dirty air. You need to adapt braking when you're trailing someone. Didn't work. He was slightly too late into that turn, went too wide, and it's very hard to get these kind of cars back on the track, out of the grass, get them back on tarmac.
It's slippery,
Yeah, he was just standing there like, come on, I need to get back.
Please.
Yeah, it didn't happen. But the real thing I see right now is that even if this race proved, hey, we got Harmonic on top, we got Essex on top, even Leish on top with being top 3, we all go back to the same grid once again.
That's true.
It's the same pressure for everyone.
Yeah.
It's not like you can relieve now because, oh, I'm third. I might start in third now. If we would base it on the last result, doesn't happen. So, wow.
I mean, I think, with the result and the way that the format is for this particular final here, it is a little bit of a breath of fresh air for a lot of these guys. I mean, especially folks like Box, who get to start right back up in that, third position.
Box will not be happy about this race at all.
No,
Let's be
not
honest.
at all. But he needs a cracking race here.
Yeah.
He needs like just a strong performance in this one. Dare I say, he should even aim to try and get that first place spot because he needs something to keep him, in this one. And keep in mind, right now, this isn't about elimination. This isn't about, trying to stay alive. No, this is about the money. And also, it's about the pride. It's about being the best on the track. And I'm sure for Box, he is looking at this and he's just like, I have to perform in this next game. In this next race, no matter what.
Problem right now is we bring back a track for race number 2 that was with us for season 1 final, season 2 final, and it is the favorite track of Leish. I know, like, sometimes we mention him too often, maybe because, hey, right now he's not really a favorite. He doesn't score as much points as anyone else.
Yeah.
But if there is a race where you could really go up to top once again, even from the back, then it's Nürburgring GP. But on the other hand, Lightning did the 1v1 shootout with him on that track, and he was super, super fast. He was so close back then to winning that car against Leish. And hey, he got the better starting position. He got Box on his back. He got Harmonic on his back. All his teammates. He got BAM guys that definitely want to go up in front, Essex on seconds. Yeah, so for him, it's a more relaxed position. But it's a run down to a hairpin on turn 1. It's Essex on his back. Pretty sure Essex will push as hard as possible.
Yeah.
So, we're up to even greater races right after this one.
It's going to be awesome. And you had mentioned Leish, so the good opportunity for us to actually hear from him as well. Scott, what do you have?
Yeah, I'm right here with Leish. Leish started out 7th, finished 3rd. What are you thinking?
It was a good race. A lot of crashes in front of me, so I was lucky to overtake like this. It was easy pass. But happy with that.
You feel confident with that 3rd place finish? How was your race? Was it clean?
Well, it depends. I know sometimes I cut corners, though I hope I didn't have an advantage with that, but we'll see.
How important is it for you to finish in the top 3 or 4 here?
It's important, definitely, for the 2 other races. But I'm standing 7th for both of the races. So yeah.
What happened out there at the beginning? There was some carnage there at the beginning when the race started.
Yeah, it was really hard to find a way. So just did what I can and
So are you nervous right now or are you confident? You haven't had the greatest invitational thus far.
I wouldn't say I'm confident, but comfortable, yeah.
Not confident, but he is comfortable, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Scott, for that one. And not confident, but comfortable. That makes sense, especially considering, the track we're going into, right? Nürburgring, which is a favorite of him.
I mean, it would be just one of those moments where finally someone else could grab the crown. And let's be honest, community is waiting for that.
Yeah.
Most people like Leish, but hey, it's time for another champion. It's time for someone else taking the crown away from him.
Right now, though, I can't even call it.
It could be still anyone's game, let's be honest.
Yeah, I don't even know, who comes out here. And we're, of course, still waiting for the official ruling from our marshals in the back. So they're looking at everything and they're, trying to figure out what we have, in front of us here as we get ready for our second race. And again, it is very interesting, right? We're starting with the same exact positions that we had in the first one, which means that for Leish, again, it continues to be an uphill battle, but more so for a lot of these other guys too.
But what do we do if 7 wins this? Then we need to apologize that we didn't highlight him before?
I think he'll get plenty of highlights if he wins this competition. But, man, don't jinx it. Just knock on wood, man,
All the wood that was available.
All the wood. There you go. Just knock on wood. And the other thing, too, I do want to, kind of touch on Lightning as well, because Lightning has had one heck of an invitational thus far.
Yeah.
Winning both of his races. He looked pretty solid in pretty much anytime he sat in that chair, he looked solid. He looked like this was his event. The good news is, though, we actually do have Scott down on the floor with the players there, and he actually has Lightning. So I really want to hear what Lightning has to say about how that race panned out. Scott, over to you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Sitting there with Lightning. You started out from the pole. What happened there at the beginning?
I lost my rhythm on the first corner. I mean, the car is hard to drive. I lost the rear end, and I braked a little too late, and then he was able to get on the inside and take it.
So you're sort of on the bubble here at the beginning. Currently in fourth position. Are you nervous? Are you feeling confident that maybe you might move up?
I'm nervous, but I feel a lot more comfortable in these next two cars. So
you had the pole position. You're going into this. What were you thinking? Hey, I'm going to finish top 3, top 2. I'm going to win it.
I was thinking I was going to win it, but I made a mistake, and I paid for it. I paid the price for it.
What are you going to do in the second race here? If you stay fourth, if you find yourself, hey, I'm a little bit out of the top 3, what's going to be your mindset going forward?
It probably won't be too good, but I always think positive because I always got first position on the next 2 races, so I can always get quite a bit of money still.
You know, you always finish second. What would winning the whole thing mean to you?
It would mean a lot. I mean, I'd get respect from a lot of players, and it'd just mean a lot for myself as well.
Do you feel some extra pressure coming in that always number 2, never number 1, but now you have the opportunity?
That don't really bother me too much, coming in second, because I don't expect to win always, because sometimes there's things that get in the way, but when I don't expect to win, I don't get too down when I don't. So, I mean, it's just a mindset that I got.
You heard it here, guys. They're trying to stay positive here on Driver Row.
All right, thank you so much, Scott, and always great to hear from Lightning as well. I mean, again, it's this has certainly been a crazy start to this grand finals. Now, folks, just to kind of update everyone, we do have a provisional leaderboard right now that we can go ahead and show everyone at home. This is based off of the standings from the race that just passed, not including penalties just yet. So you had Asics, who came out on top, netting himself a big 25 points, 7 with 18, Lage with 15, Lightning with 12, and down the line you see the rest of the guys. Craviator and Venom getting a nothing for that one, which means the road to the finals, the road to the money, to the good money, the big money, gets that much harder for those two racers.
Venom will not be happy at all. Let's be honest, this was his car. That was his class. He should have, when there is a moment where you could have an impact on the whole grand final, this was it.
But I think he knew, though. He knew going into it that he was in that tail, and he was not in the best position. So it's like you can't be too frustrated with that because of how things panned out, wouldn't you think? I mean, all the other stuff aside.
No, of course he knew that he will always start in the back, but it's still his car, his track, and we saw so many mistakes throughout the last chance qualifier, throughout the semifinals. So I'm pretty sure he thought, okay, this is my car, so others will do mistakes. I will do run wide, spin out, so I will just progress throughout the field, getting from the back to the top. Didn't really work for him. On the other hand, Lightning, he just said, yeah, I'm staying positive, that's my mindset. Hey, you got enough reasons to stay positive. You scored points, not 25, but you scored good. You got 2 other pole positions coming off, and you got 2 wins in the back from semi-final. Hey, why not being positive about that? He could definitely make it, and this could be his event. But there's still the French guys. It's not Lage, but it could be Essex, it could be Seven, it could even be Harmonic, which we didn't have on our list before. We knew he's great, he's a good driver, but he's not the top of esports plus cars. But he could make a name for this.
Well, you'd mentioned, Lage, right? And you talked about how players, especially Lightning, was feeling positive. Well, Lage said he was feeling comfortable. And the good news is we actually had a moment to get comfortable with Lage and talk about his history and just really catch up with him. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. When we return, we'll have plenty more Forza action live from New York City in just a little bit. We'll see you guys in just a sec.
Lage, welcome to New York City.
Thanks.
How are you doing?
Really fun, to be honest. The weather looks good.
we are in a really nice city, so I'm good. All good.
You look pretty excited. You must be ready for this weekend, yeah?
Of course I am. I mean, we're in New York. It's not nothing. So of course I'm excited by that. Yeah.
So you're the reigning champion from the past 2 seasons. There must be a little bit of pressure going into this.
When I will be at the competition, I think I will have much pressure. But yeah, it's okay.
So what have you been doing to prepare then?
Not too much, as we don't know the cars and the tracks yet, so we will run. So I've got a bit, but not that much, to be honest.
So was there a point when you realized that you could take this a little bit further and kind of make some money with it?
At the beginning I did not expect a lot of that. It was only playing for fun, and I ever had a competitive spirit, and I like competition, so as long as there's competition in Forza Motorsport, I will do that.
Were you into cars and racing beforehand, or how did that come about?
I've always been a fan of motorsports. It's my dream to be a racing driver in real. Hopefully I will do maybe soon. Don't know what's coming. Yeah, that's clearly a dream for me.
So you do a bit of karting and you take it pretty seriously. Tell me more about that.
Oh yeah, I do some races, it's still amateur, so it's not a big level, but it's still fun to do that. As I said, I'm a racer, so everything I can do in real, I do it.
So what do your family and friends think about all of this?
At the beginning, they weren't really happy because I played a lot at the moment of my life, and which was a few years ago. But now it's so fun as I'm traveling around the world and can win money and cars thanks to that. So, so that's cool.
Were they surprised that things like this started happening?
Yeah, it started pretty simple, like with French championships and things to win, like Forza and a new Xbox, something like this. And now it's gone really big with all that money. And the Focus RS, of course, I won. That's incredible. So yeah, they didn't expect that, and me neither, to be honest.
What are you expecting to come out this weekend?
Well, we have some really fast racers. It's incredible. I can't even touch the skill that these guys have. There's also a lot of drama with people that I pick as favorites in season 1 and 2, and they don't do as well, or maybe they do better. And so that drama of racing that you love about real world racing is coming out in the esport as well, and that's really cool to see.
It is going to be Lage that will go over the lead.
Do you think there's going to be any kind of sleepers that we get to know and see a little bit more of this weekend?
So these racers are incredibly fast, and they're coming from all over, but my expectation is they're going to have some real contenders that come in season 3 to try and take their top spots. That's what's so exciting about esports. It's real time, it's live. And also, as you would know with wheel-to-wheel racing, you don't have to be the fastest. Sometimes it's just being the cagiest, like really understanding how to play the emotions of your opponents. And that's really happening in the esports world as well. So I'm excited to see how it plays out. Who is going to be able to keep up with the pressure and who's going to really shine. We love cars. I'd wrench on my old car. I had to tear a car down. I was doing rallies on dirt roads up in the peninsula. So that's what Forza is all about, bringing car passion, gaming passion together. That's our voice. That's who we are.
Well, thanks so much for your time, Dan. This has been really, really awesome. I know that you guys are really excited to see who comes out on top this weekend, as we are.
Indeed, we are, folks. It has been an incredible start to our grand finals here at the Forza Racing Championship New York Invitational, presented by Porsche. We do have the final results in as well, so I do want to share that with everyone. Before we get into some more awesomeness here in the studio. So what we shared before, actually, the provisional turns out. Those were the results. The marshals had concluded that it was an overall clean race. There were some bumps, there were some, warnings, but nothing all that insane. And it turns out that what we have is, well, What we have, Asics is in first place with 25 points. BAM7 is going to be in 18th. Cars, Lasian Lightning will be rounding out the third and fourth with 15 and 12 points. And then you have another car member, Harmonic, at 10. Kaiser Wolf will be sitting there with 8 points. GDZ Chris with 6. Box with 4. Race Boy with 2. Diablo with 1 lone point, as we call that in the FPS world. That's a breadstick, folks. And then down low, we have Venom and Craviator earning no points for their 11 and 12th place finish. So, determined it was a clean race through and through. Now we get ready for our next race here. Before we get into our interview, I just want to get quick reactions on your end. Anything surprising?
I'm surprised that Kaiser Wolf isn't for up. Let's be honest, 8 points. That's not really a good start, and he had a good weekend. So I thought, hey, this guy could make it because he's up in the front.
Not out of it yet, though.
Yeah, but everyone tried to battle his way up again, since Venom in the back, Race Boy in the back.
Yeah.
But hey, why not? Why didn't Kaiser Wolf get through the race? So I'm a bit sad that we didn't saw that. What happened early on? To him, that he dropped that hard and coming off with just 8 points. Same for GDZ Chris. We saw that. It seems like pressure is not his friend. Yeah, some become better under pressure. For Chris, it's more like if you're ice cold, then everything is fine.
Well,
so hopefully we'll get in that zone again.
We have plenty more to go. We have plenty more to go, and anything can happen as evidence of what we've seen throughout the weekend. But for now, let's go ahead and send it over to Shan, who's down on the floor with an interview.
Hey guys, good stuff here. Let's kind of take it down a notch, do something a little bit more relaxing here. I'm so glad to have Alan from AR12 Gaming, and it's great to have people like you. We spoke a little bit earlier to another one of our influencers, and you yourself are an influencer for Forza and have been involved for a long time. Yeah. Tell me kind of how you got involved with Forza and what that's been like for you.
Okay, so I started playing Forza back in 2007 when Forza Motorsport 2 launched, and I've been with the franchise ever since then, like from Forza 4, Forza 5 to Xbox One. I've loved Forza for a while now, and it's kind of the reason I have a career and a job right now, to be honest.
That's right. We did speak a little bit earlier, and you had the opportunity to kind of go on and go with your plans of kind of after school and things like that, but you got the opportunity to do this full-time, and that's phenomenal. So tell me how that's kind of transpired and what you're doing today with AR12 Gaming.
Yeah, so I was originally going to do a games development college course, and I got offered by Nick, who's my boss. I think everyone watching probably knows who he is. He was telling me about the website he wanted to do, and he wanted me to lead that entire project. So I accepted it, declined the college course, and here I am 2 years later still doing it and loving every bit of it.
Awesome. So you've been here this week. We talked a little bit about how you've been around for season 1, season 2. You've observed. Tell us a little bit about what this week has been like, kind of from your perspective, the production here and kind of what you see happening going into season 3 and kind of where you see this all going.
So the production has been amazing. Like, it's a huge step up from what we had beforehand. Like, I've been seeing all the behind the scenes stuff, and it's just incredible. So I'm very excited for season 3. I think it's going to be a great competition. Like, this weekend has been insane. It's so tense and close to close, and it's like in the green room, we're always shouting because there's so much happening. It's so great. I'm really excited. I'm really pumped to see who wins.
Very good. And I know we spoke earlier, you kind of got the chance to go over to Germany, and you actually stayed with Renee at his apartment. What happened there? That's kind of funny how this world is small and you guys have all become friends.
Yeah, so I met Renee at a Forza 6 esports event in Leicester, and we're always talking to each other. We always have a catch up every now and then. And I was telling him about my issue with Gamescom, that I couldn't get a hotel, and he said, why not come live with me for a week? And I was like, well, I don't want to intrude. And then I decided, well, I want to go to Gamescom as well. So that's what we did. I went to Gamescom and stayed with Renee for a week, and it was fantastic.
I love it. Well, thanks for being here today. Tell us where we can find you, everybody on the web that's watching right now. Where can they find and follow your group?
Okay, so most of my work is done on www.ar12gaming.com. So we do a lot of Forza stuff on there, as well as other gaming news and reviews. My social media is at BeetleComet on pretty much everything: Instagram, Twitter, Beam, Twitch, and AR12 Gaming is also on all those social media platforms. And I run all those social platforms for AR12 as well, so it's pretty cool.
Really good. Well, we're glad to have you. Guys, it's exciting. Take us back to what's next.
All right, well, thank you so much. Firstly, just need to know, I'm going to get all the information. How was it living with this man? Was it a nightmare? Did he yell at you the entire time?
What?
These are the things that I want to know. So I will be having a conversation with Alan because I need some dirt. Okay, I need some dirt. You over here telling people I don't have a driver's license. You know what I mean? I'm a global icon and a national treasure. I had to bust it out at least one time. You know, even though I don't have a driver's license, I pay people to drive me. Okay, that's how it works. All right.
If you ever need, like, a place to stay during games.
Say something.
Yeah, then let me know. And
No, if I ever need a
even
place,
more about you.
He'll be like, I'll shoot him a call, be like, hey, you know, Renee, I need a spot to stay. He'll be like, oh, I have this box outside that you can go ahead and chill in. No, seriously, man, it's been a joy working with you this weekend, and everyone else here as well. We're getting ready for our second race. I swear to God, it's happening, people. Our second race is going to be coming up in just a little bit, but we do got to get some reactions, though, from the winner of that race, and I am curious to know what Shannon's going to get out of this one. So, Shannon, over to you.
Thanks, guys. Yep, here we are. We meet again. Day 2, starting off the first race of the weekend, or race of Sunday, grand finals, with a win. Tell me how that went for you.
I mean, at the second that I saw the mistake of Lightning, in my head, that was like, I have to do it, so I do it. I success in that thing, and I managed to keep the first, but I got a lot of stress, but I keep it, so I'm pretty happy right now. Like, I didn't expect to win the first race, so I'm pretty happy, yeah.
It's a good place to be in, especially with all of the drama that was going on. And although we saw that the race ended with no calls being made, I understand, I think. What do you think that that's going to do going into the second race? Because it is tense in here. Talk about the environment, how you're feeling. How do you think everyone else is feeling?
For me, I'm pretty cool right now because I have 25 points. So I'm going to keep it calm. But for the rest of the grid, we kind of feel that there is a lot of person who is nervous. So yeah, we'll see. At the first corner, it's going to be very hard to not touch the other drivers. But I don't think that will be like a mess or everything. I mean, we used to drive each other, so we'll see.
Okay, good. Well, we'll take it back to you guys. That sounds good from over here with ASICS and race 2 coming up soon. Take it back to you.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Appreciate it. And ASICS there, you know.
Wow. Like, I mean, I just want to know how fast Slap Train actually got that jersey to then become ASICS and racing it. You saw the interview before. I'm pretty sure they're the same person.
You got it. You know what? You're terrible. Okay? I hope Slap Train finds you. Okay,
and then slaps
he
me?
gives you some strong, and it slaps you and puts your butt on the train. That was a bad
throw
one.
me in front of
He
a
just
train.
gives you some words. He gives you some words. Okay, Renee, because coming in this weekend, you just spit in hot fire.
Slap Train, I'm waiting for you.
Dear God. Oh man. All right, guys. Here we go. It's time for our second race of the day for the grand finals. Now, we know where things sit. ASICS, who was winner of that race, he came out with 25 points. Could this be an opportunity for him? He's going to be starting in that second position yet again. Will Lightning make the same mistake? Well, it all depends on the car and the track. And who better to break it down than the one and only, the lovable. He's a teddy bear, folks. Allie.
Thank you.
I had nothing else.
Yeah, this time around we're off to Nürburgring, guys. A beautiful track, of course, and a lot of us guys know it and love it. It's all about Sector 1 here. You want to watch out through that. Definitely very slow corners. The first corner's a hairpin. You're going to go right down through the gears there. And it's going to be compound moves that you see. This first sector is the one just after the arrow you can see there on the track. And you're going to follow guys, you know, through the right-hander, through a double left, through another left, and then through another right. And all the way through there, you can work the car in front, keep them offline. You might be able to have a move by the end. So yeah, I think it's going to be great racing here. Very, very close. We've got a very, very fast Porsche 919 to contend with. So yeah, it's all to play for.
Who do you see? Okay, so let me get your thoughts here, Ali. Who do you see can come out on this one? Who does this play to the strength of? Most importantly, at the back of the pack, I want to know who can you see coming out on top here.
Yeah, I mean, Venom is someone to look out for every single time in these P-class cars. You know, he's so quick in them. We saw it in Season 2, you know, coming through pole position in 3 races, 2 wins and a 2nd place back then. He knows how to deal with this type of car. We saw it in the random grid warm-up race as well, the very same car that we'll be racing this time around. So yeah, Venom is the boy, I reckon.
I'm just so sad because Ellie should be super happy. Your introductions for Ellie are always amazing. I'm sitting here like, great. I never hear something nice from you.
That's actually, okay, Ali, say something nice about Renee.
Renee, you've got beautiful eyes.
Okay, there you go. Are you happy now?
Yeah, thanks. Great, we can start now.
Jeez Louise, can we get to the racing?
Yes,
My
please.
goodness. All right. Okay, so Venom in the back of the pack, of course, you know, he thrives in these P-class cars, so he's definitely someone that we have to look out for. On the other side, I'm really looking for Craviator to make some noise. He's all the way in the back, but, you know,
without any points.
Without any points. So both of these guys are definitely going to have, you know, their work cut out for them. Meanwhile, though, you also you got to address Lage. You have to talk about Lage. He's starting yet again in that 7th position. But we saw last time, he managed to creep his way into that 3rd place, especially in that final turn. Folks, it's grand finals time, our 2nd race. We're going to Nürburgring, and it is going to be a slobber knocker. I can't wait.
Nürburgring is one of the greatest tracks in the world, even if it's not the Nordschleife. Because
okay,
those
well, let's
pictures
calm
are
down
actually
there,
Nordschleife
Germany, okay?
No, it's not about Germany. It's actually been a track. But first of all, there's Nordschleife and there's Nürburgring GP, so you even got 2 tracks at the same spot. But hey, it's always with good racing action. And Lightning on top in that first hairpin down to the Castrol S. That's something incredible, and I'm pretty sure we will see an amazing start, but it's also a very risky one, with having S6 and 7 chasing him right away.
Kaiser Wolf, definitely going to be someone you have to look out for. You want him to really force the issue and push himself further up the pack. That could be a potential opportunity for him. Lage, you know him, you love him, Season 1 and 2 champion. He has a couple of good points there with that 3rd place finish in race number 1. GGC Chris, another guy you got to look out for. And Venom, the master of the P-class. Will he be a master of the track, though, is the question. And Craviator, rounding out the rear. Folks, it is time to go. The drivers are ready. The action is about to begin. We hope you're having a great time here as we are green in Germany. Let's go ahead and make this bad boy happen. And we're going to go and check out.
Yeah, that's Harmonic down to the hairpin. Kaiser Wolf defending on the outside. S6 far on the inside onto that curb, but holding onto his teammate 7 side by side already. Still Lightning in the lead, so he didn't lost anything in that first hairpin. But look at Harmonic dropping another time. There's Lage on to 6th position, but Lightning is in control of the race. Lage going sideways. Wow, touching Harmonic slightly. They had to close the door. Harmonic tried to push his front end in there, but didn't really work. Now we got 3 wide down to Sector 2. Race on the outside of Lage, trying to push Lage, running wide, forcing Raceboy off of the track. Kaiser Wolf still in 5th position. That's a good one for him, but look at Lightning. No chance for anyone else to get him on the first hairpin. Down to Dunlop corner here. That's a slight bend. Look at this. There's a bit of banking. You want to clinch on the inside. Raceboy had a good line, but Lage still blocking him. Harmonic locking onto him. That's an esports plus cars roll right now, so they should be aware of not fighting too much. Everyone wants to get back to the top pack because, hey, someone has to catch Lightning.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, right? It's all you said. You know, they should be careful about not, you know, trying to bump into each other or cause some issues. Oh no, that is just certainly not good there at all. That was actually going to be Asics. He is dropping down as well in that 5th position. Kaiser Wolf manages to find himself up there.
Very late on the brakes there. Both want to get through there. Oh, it worked.
They're hugging. Oh, and a bump there on the side. Asics, he's gonna, that is just not something that I had expected to see there. But he does manage to keep himself firm in that 4th position. And my goodness.
Where did Lage go? Lage was in that fight. Where did he go?
Lage is in 10th.
Down to 10th. Whoa, he definitely got a bump there. Going into the chicane, losing all the positions he gained before, but he still got the whole pack in front of him. Venom on 9th. That's Harmonic dropping even further down to 9th now. Venom on the outside. I'm pretty sure Harmonic will stay in front. Who's that? Is that Bam? No, that's GDC Chris on 7th position while we're on board with Race
Harmonic and Venom are also having a little bit of a scuffle too. Keep that in mind. They've interchanged 8th and 9th a few times here, but here's Lage, and you see that battle between Harmonic and Venom, and you have to be careful because Lage, he'll look for that opportunity. He'll get in there and he'll punish both of them if they're not careful. Just something to keep in mind there, folks. If you're just joining us, this race has started and it has been insane from the beginning all the way till now, and we're only 2 laps in.
Venom with a mistake here on the apex. Whoa, giving a chance to Lage, but no, closing the door after that. But hey, look at Lightning. He's just increasing the gap with each and every corner, and if it continues like that, no one can catch this guy.
This is the kind of race that Lightning needed, especially after what occurred
Lage
last
on the outside, really making it happen. Here in this left-hander, great job there. Venom had no chance to defend that one.
Ali, let's get your thoughts. We haven't heard from you at the start of this race. We're 2 laps in, and the action has been furious. What do you have?
Yeah, thick and fast here. The guys are really doing incredible battling. With all of this action, we've seen 3 kind of groups of cars separate out. At the front, and I'm calling him a group, it's just one guy. That's Car Lightning. Just behind him, the battle for second place is between Box, and that's Bam 7. So Box, of course, used to race for Bam. So yeah, the old teammate there, 7 chasing him down. Behind that, the rest of the drivers, all 8 of the remaining drivers, are chasing for 4th position, and that is super close stuff. We're of course on board here with that battle for second place.
Thank you so much, Ali. It has certainly been a battle. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this here. Got to give credit where credit is due to Asics as well. It has been a crazy start for him, but he's managed to be able to get right back into the thick of things. Lage as well, still fighting. He's in that 8th position. He's lower than what he started with. But Chris, you know, we mentioned this before. As soon as I started talking about him, he drifted off into the sunset, which is something you just don't want to see. The pressure is on for this guy.
In the horizon, it's fine.
In the horizon, there you go. Oh man, look at you. Man, that's why they pay the big bucks. You know?
Yeah, that's it. But hey, S6 and 7, that was first and second in race number 1. Now it's Lightning and Box, but Box only scored 4 points in the first race, so they don't really need to care about Box. It doesn't change much in the ranking, but Lightning had 12 points before, another 25 will really add up for him to go on the top spot. And for Lage, let's be honest, if it stays with 8th position, if it's really hard for him now to move forward since everyone's spread already, this could be over.
That's a bold claim. That is a bold claim. We still have plenty of laps to go here, and we saw what happened even at the final lap.
Oh, Bam 7
race.
now onto Box, going on the start and finish line here, passing the hotel on the left, underneath the bridge, and then down to Castrol, to that hairpin there. Does 7 have the drive for doing this? No, Box doesn't really want to block. What happened there? I would love to see that. Well, we got GDC Chris side by side with Kaiserwolf for 6 and 7. GDC Chris making on the outside, but Kaiserwolf coming back. Great apex there, and GDC Chris went too wide, giving Lage the chance. He's just taking that. Lage is just, oh, there's a gift, I will take it. It's not Christmas yet, but it's Easter weekend, so I can use that.
I have to say, one thing in particular about Lage is he just kind of waits out in the wings. He finds that opportunity to punish him. Look at him right here. He just finds him, and he overtakes Kaiserwolf. Not what you want to see if you are him. And Lage is just like, this is the man that does not quit. It is incredible. He has won Season 1, Season 2 in dominating fashion, but this is the most that he has had to endure in this competition, and he is performing as best as he possibly could. Kaiserwolf looking for that opportunity to find him, but Lage does a brilliant job of continuing the momentum in his favor as we go into this left.
Yeah, it's a double apex corner if you want to. Like, Kaiserwolf went for a single apex, Lage went for that double apex to have more momentum onto the next straight. Paid off, but it was really, really risky, because if Kaiserwolf gets his front end in there, then Lage doesn't have a chance to get that double apex.
Ali, talk to me about what's going on there at the bottom of the pack. What's up with Craviator?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Craviator here having a very unlucky race, finding himself falling back all the way into 12th position. So yeah, I mean, this was a guy that we've highlighted particularly in the last time out in these Porsche 919s. It was he's a super fast guy in these cars. You look at the way he's using the revs here. I was showing him as an example of someone who'd really mastered using them. So very, very unlucky for him to be racing here at the very back of this pad.
Yeah, man, those are, those are the ropes, unfortunately, for him. And what do you have here, Renee?
I mean, look at this. Essex in third position. Where's Bam 7? What happened to him? He's down to 6th. So it seems like there was a mistake or a bump, and that puts Leish onto 5th position. Seems like everything runs in his favor, even if it's all the way back. 7 down to 6. Leish now far on the inside. It's Raceboy next. Raceboy only scored 2 points in the first race, but really, really strong on Nürburgring. And Lightning is just like, hey, that's great. Everyone's doing a mistake. You're right behind me, so I'll just take those 25 points. Box still in second, but it's Essex back to third position. And since Lightning was 4th, Essex was first. If it remains like that, Essex will still be on top after race 2.
Yeah, very true. But for Lightning, though, this is a good run for him, and it will really come down to that final race, especially against Lightning and Essex, and how that would all pan out, which would be very exciting, of course. But I'm shocked, man. Bam 7 and 6, just not something that I thought we would see here as he goes right into the turn, and you see that fight happening there between Leish and Raceboy. Raceboy and Leish, just not something I thought I would say there. And Raceboy actually, really trying to defend this as best as he possibly could. Let's see if we could jump over to that perspective and see what's up with Leish in that battle, because he could very well take over if Raceboy's not careful.
I mean, he doesn't want to make a move on that chicane. He has to wait for this straight now coming up. He's close enough. Raceboy didn't back off in the chicane, because that's something you could do. Just breaking too hard into the chicane, back him off, and then having that straight. But look at Leish, he's totally locked onto. This is like a fighting play. Whoa, down to the hairpin. Leish making the move on the inside. Overtaking and running too wide. I think that will give the chance for Raceboy.
Yes, it did.
Crossover maneuver being back in 4th. But this was the first statement by Leish saying, hey, mate, if there is an opening, if you don't defend the inside line, I would just throw my car into that. But this time he was a bit too late on the brakes.
A little overzealous.
Right on that.
A little overzealous on that one, man. But Leish, that is just, you have to be at this stage of the competition. He knows that if he goes into this one with a lower position than what he would like, it could pretty much be curtains for him to be able to fight within the money. Ali, let's talk about Essex, though, because he certainly has been putting on a show thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Essex, after his first race win, he's driving absolutely invigorated. You can see he got through there into third position. Now he's just closed down that gap to Box there. He's now chasing down for second, and Box is having to defend all over the place. So this is definitely going to be a battle to monitor. Just 1.5 laps left in this race, though, so can Box hold on?
And it's funny enough, Renee, you had mentioned it earlier. I mean, in the points, right, Box won't necessarily be a threat, but for Essex, it's about the money.
Yeah, but do you know who really has an advantage out of all of this? It's once again Leish, because Box takes away a lot of points, actually 18 if it stays like that, if Essex is not passing him right now, and Lightning will get another 25, but hey, no one is running away with too much points. If Essex doesn't win this, there's no one on 50 points, for example, so too far away for him to catch up. So if they just do this and split the points every race, then Leish still got a chance on the last race to score enough points to go back.
And Essex, he's going to look, he trips out a little bit, but he's able to keep himself in this. That was a beautiful drift there. He could have gone really bad if he wasn't careful. But I have to say, man, what a battle that we're seeing here. And Box, he's doing everything in his power to just keep himself in the second position. You mentioned Box not being much of a threat, but coming into the second position and then going into the third race, with a favorable placing, that will put him in some pretty good money.
Definitely. I mean, he wants those points, but he only scored 4 so far. Even 25 will bring him on 29, which is not that much compared to Essex or Lightning. Well, hey, that drift, I'm pretty sure that John Joe Wong Song, hopefully I got that right, will be jealous of that one, because that was Forza RC drift. And not just for a video, but hey, it's still about clocking fast lap times, and it seems like currently Lightning is just the man to be.
Living up to that name, I tell you, he has been moving and shaking, and Essex has managed to take second place from Box, by the way. Let's see if we can go back to Box's POV, because I'm sure that battle isn't done just yet. Box trying to find himself here as Essex is going to be roaring down. Here come up to this left here. Box doesn't really get much out of this one as Asics is going to continue to hold on to it. And right around the final curve, we saw what happened in that last race in 7th place when Harmonic spun out, but it doesn't seem like Asics is going to give him much to work with here. Can Box find it? No, Asics is going to take this one, and he's going to go into second with those points. That will be it. Lightning, though, putting on a show. He comes out in first place in dominating fashion, and as the rest of the drivers come through, we have concluded our second race in this grand final. But what a matchup, man. Renee, it doesn't get any better than this in professional Forza driving.
I mean, we saw an impressive race, breathtaking moments, great overtaking. That was something we were really striving for every time. We want to see cool moves. We saw people overtaking on the outside, diving up the inside, doing drift moves, drafting, everything. We really have everything in this grand final because we got the best drivers. But hey, we still don't have a winner just because they all share points. Box coming back with such a strong finish. Yeah, Asics up to second position. Of course, 18 points, not that bad for him after scoring 25. But hey, it's still split, still everyone's game. Everyone could make it to the top of the grand final, and Lightning is a very, very good position. Win on race number 2, pole position on race number 3.
Oh boy, what a race there, guys. We're hoping you're enjoying it at home just as much as we are, because these races have just been like lights out, man. This is just some top tier Forza Motorsport 6 action. So once again, we hope that you are enjoying it. If you're just joining us as well, we just concluded our second race of the grand finals, where we saw Lightning dominate it from start to finish. You thought that he was going to be in a bit of trouble in that first turn, but Lightning, nah, not happening. That ain't him. He pushed that one forward. He managed to just hold on to it the entire time. No one contended with him. As Ali had pointed out earlier, it truly was the battle for second place. And what's most important, now we get ready for the final calls on the Gfinity Marshall side. So we'll make sure that we get that one in a little bit as quickly as we possibly can. For now, though, let's go ahead and send it over to Scott, who actually has Box down on the floor. Scott, what's up?
Yeah, sitting here with Box. Tough race. Tell me a little bit about that inning. You just couldn't hold him off.
Yeah, it was tough. Like, I think I was a bit off pace on this track in Nürburgring. I just saw Essex behind me always coming out of the corner with a bit more speed. I don't know why exactly.
Well, you know, right now you're sitting unofficially in third in this race. How are you feeling about so far between race 1 and race 2? How you feel how your points are stacking up?
Not really good. Just in the first race, I got taken out, and I had to fight back from, I think, from the last position. I think I got 8th or 9th in the first race. Now I just need to get again a 3rd place or 2nd place finish in the last race.
Do you feel a lot of pressure that maybe going into the final race you might have to win the whole thing?
Yeah, just like the first time on the first ever season, I had to win the last race for the prize money. Feels like back then a bit.
You know a lot of these drivers, A6 racing tough. You know, you got Lage coming up behind, Lightning way out in front. Where do you fit in this whole thing, man?
I think I'm like at 3rd or 4th. Just like I qualified, it's just that Lage got a bit unlucky in qualifying.
What would winning one of these events do for you personally?
It will be absolutely amazing, but I don't think I will ever win one of these events. It's just I am like my prime was in Forza 4, so like.
Come on, I'm an old man. You're already saying you're past your prime. You're over the hill. What's going on?
It's just in esports. When you're 23, you're already old. Like the fastest people will come up are always 16, 17. Yeah. And they can also invest the time to play the game 10 hours a day. And I'm simply not fast enough anymore.
23 is an old man, Golden Boy. What does that make us?
Well, that means that potentially tomorrow we're gonna die. I don't know, because I'm going to be 30 this year, and I'm scared. I'm not
going to be 30 this year.
I'm going to be 30 this year.
Turning 30 next year.
Okay, well, you know what? You're getting there anyway.
I'm so
You're
young.
old too.
I'm so young then.
Yeah, sure. No, but you know, it is interesting what Box mentioned. One, little surprising to hear, I guess, kind of like in typical games, right? Everyone always says, if you're not showing up to win, don't show up, right? And you kind of hear the Forza guys, it's a different mentality. Is that just because of the nature of the game and the nature of the competition? Or is it just, like they have that much respect? Like I'm really trying to figure it out here, because this is the first time I've ever heard people in interviews say like, I don't think I'm going to win. And I've never really heard that before, so it's kind of shocking for me.
I think it's up to racing. Of course, Ayrton Senna once said, if you no longer go for a gap, then you're no longer a racing driver.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, we know that people could become champion without winning races. That can happen. You just need to score consistently every race. So that's the biggest difference between racing esports and normal esports. Normal esports always team versus team, one versus one. Someone has to win, someone has to lose. So in the final, you have to win to get away as the winner.
Yeah.
It's not the same for racing. As long as you're scoring and someone else is always winning, not the same person, then hey, you could come out on top easily.
Yeah.
And I got the points calculated. You know that, like provisional. It's not done only to see this. Like, look,
what is
I need to do math. And always in school, I was like,
the good news is,
why do I need this?
We don't have to worry about your paper. Okay, we have a provisional leaderboard. But you're doing good work.
I was faster. Come on.
Let's go ahead and take a look at it here. What do we have? So, according to the stats, Asics is still in first place with 43 points. This is all provisional, by the way, guys. This is not final. We have not determined what the final leaderboard is quite yet. Lightning is in second place with 37. Lage, 27. Right behind him is 7 with 26. Box, Kaiswolf, and Raceboy, 19, 14, and 12, respectively. Harmonic, Kriz, Venom, Diablo, rounding out the bottom, 11, 12, 10, 2, and 1. And Craviator just has not been able to get anything at this time. I think at this point, for him to be able to finish within the top 4, everyone would essentially have to exit the competition. So it is an unfortunate run, especially for such a talented driver like Craviator. But one person in particular that we didn't highlight a lot, and we have to talk about him because obviously he has been showing up in this grand final, is 7. And the good news is we have Scott down in the driver pit with 7. Scott, what's going on?
I'm actually over here with Kaiser Wolf from Spain. That's where all the great racers come from, Spain. Had a tough first race, even tougher second race. You're going to need some points going into the third one.
Yeah, I have some trouble in the first and the second race. In the first race, I make a mistake, and when I were sliding, Chris hit me out, and in the second race, Vanassi hit me out. I will try to make better in Watkins Glen.
How confident do you feel going into this third race? You need to pretty much win the final race to even have an opportunity.
Yeah, I must make a third or fourth place for have a chance.
A lot of great racers here in New York. What's it like hanging out with these guys in real life?
It's so funny. Funny. They are a good person.
You're here. Great community, got a great racer, but you need some work to get it done.
And, once again, man, what is with this? You gotta...
This is just a friendly community. Get used to it. It's not FPS games, mate.
You know what? We gotta interview an American, because I guarantee you they'll say, if you ain't first, you're last, Ricky Bobby.
No way.
Talladega Nights. Okay.
We had lightning already.
That's just, we got lightning, dude. I tell you. All right, I'm glad I'm not alone there. I heard Shannon laugh at that reference too. Speaking of Shannon, actually, I have good news there. We actually have Shannon down in the area there, down on the floor with a special guest. I think you guys really enjoyed this one. Shannon, what's going on?
Hey guys, that's right. You guys are cracking me up over there. You got to stop it. No, don't stop. It's great. But yes, I am here with yet another influencer, and we've just been talking, and we had a chance to talk earlier. And this guy, Steve, we've seen you in the past few seasons. You've been around forever. Tell me kind of how you got involved and what you're seeing here today.
Yeah, so I've been playing Forza since 2007. Forza 2, so 10 years ago. I'm a very competitive person, so I want to be a really fast driver, just like these guys. I'm not quite on their level just yet, so it's really good to be here and watch these guys firsthand. Their ability is so it's on such another level compared to what I can do. So it's really good to come in and watch that firsthand, and hopefully I can learn from their ability.
Yeah, so we've been talking as well kind of earlier with everything that we're seeing with the Forza Racing Championship, the New York Invitational, and obviously Season 3 coming up soon. Where do you see this going? You said you'd like to see yourself kind of going up from here. It's an opportunity for you to kind of put more focus on your career and where you see the competition going.
Oh, I only see it going up and up and up. I mean, from Season 1 last year, the quality has just gone so much higher. So there's definitely potential for esports in racing and Forza to get even bigger. For me, the challenge is to try and break into, perhaps to get invited to one of these events. As I say, I'm not quite on their level, but I'm going to try and practice and do the best I can to hopefully one day be part of it as a driver.
And so a lot of what you're focused on as far as your involvement in the Forza Motorsports community is, kind of tell me a little bit more about what you're doing in the YouTube world.
Yeah, sure. So I have a YouTube channel which I started in 2011. I focus on my own experiences in Forza. So as a fairly fast driver, I like to try and be educational and help out some of the drivers who have just started their careers in Forza, who are just looking to try and get that a little bit better. So I try to be educational, but at the same time, I'm doing league racing and try to broadcast that. So I try to do good commentary with good, clean races. So that is a primary focus. So being educational, at the same time showing fast and intense races.
Very good. Well, let's tell everybody where they can find you, because I know myself, I need to kind of check out your YouTube channel so that I can learn to get up to speed. So tell me where we can find you there.
Sure. So my YouTube channel is my main outlet. That is, if you just type in Super GT, you'll find it. On Twitter, Super GT Racer, and on Instagram, Steve Alvarez Brown.
Awesome. All right, guys, I know we've got some more stuff coming. Back to you. Tell me what we got.
All right, thank you so much. One, I just want to say, Super GT, blessed with what could potentially be the easiest name to find in all of the internet. So that is fantastic news for him. You know, it's actually quite a challenge that I look online. Like for you, God bless, G-Runner, like who's going to remember that? You know what I mean? You know, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Golden Boy, right? Like, who's looking for that actively? That was an anime from like, at least 30 years ago. So like, no one remembers that one.
I know that one.
And then if you know that one. Yeah. That's where I got my name. Look at that, man.
So you didn't even came up with something new? Oh dear.
Okay, just clearly I didn't. You know what I mean? We're gonna have to find out what a G-Runner is. But we've also.
I know.
I know. We also have been doing our own little investigative journalism. That's how it looks. What do you have for me? I just want, before we go to a break, I just want to, because we're still doing the breakdown, folks, of the race. We're still waiting the final results from the Gfinity Marshals, but Renee over here, ever so astute he is, has been on the money.
I mean, we try to figure out how could this end, and actually it looks like Essex and Lightning, it doesn't matter where they place. If Essex is in front of Lightning, he will become the champion. If Lightning is in front of Essex, he will become the champion. But only if Leish doesn't win the next race and they drop too much. Because if they only score 4 and 6 points, and Essex will get 6, Lightning will get 4, and Leish wins, then Leish comes out on top.
Wow.
Besides that, so it doesn't matter where they place normally, as long as they're in top 6. Whoever is in front of them. So actually, it's only between Lightning and Essex now. Leish winning is more like a miracle. But we know that can happen.
There could be a miracle on the track. Yeah. I don't know, but it's going to be very exciting, and we're still awaiting the final call here. I do have some information on my end, but I'm not going to share it just yet. You mentioned Essex before, and the reason why Essex I think is very important, because this guy is coming into this competition, and I think a lot of folks, I don't want to say wrote him off, but they certainly were talking about Leish and Lightning in this one. Good news is we got a chance to sit down and talk with Essex and get his perspective on the competition at hand. So let's go ahead and take a look.
All right, Saturday 6, you're in New York City for the Forza Racing Championship. We're at the Porsche dealer. There's all these beautiful cars. How do you feel about everything?
I mean, I'm super excited because go to the United States is just amazing for us in France, and being here for Forza, I mean, this is amazing.
Who's your biggest rival?
This is Lage because I race against him since 4 or 5 years now with the French Championship. He won the first, I won the second one. He still won the third, but I'm still on top and I think I can't beat him.
Thinking about competing with them live, how does that make you feel? What's going through your head?
This is different when we are in live because there is a lot of more pressure and everything. And I really like that. I feel pretty confident with that. When there is no pressure, I'm not the best. So when there is pressure, prize, biggest rivals and everything, I'm at my best.
What do you do for a living?
For a living now, this is Forza who pays me, but I'm also a dancer, so I do some video, clip and everything, shows, I cannot say battle.
Wow. Can you bust out some moves here?
I can, probably.
You can.
Okay, so let's go.
Awesome. What I really want to know is how much would it mean to you to win the New York Invitational?
Winning means that I go back to the top and prove to other drivers who probably think that I'm done, that I'm not, winning to be back on the top.
Well, I can see it means a lot to you to win the championship, so good luck this weekend, and I will see you there. We're here at New Jersey Motorsports Park with racers Evan, aka Raceboy 77, as well as Nicholas, aka Attack Johnson. Now, we know that they are very fast at Forza, but I want to know how fast you are on track.
Well, I haven't driven a car for 7 years, so I hope not to die today.
Oh.
Full throttle straight to the floor and off the brake. Yay. Going, good. Flat. Going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Brake here. Good. Good. There you go. Beautiful. Nice and smooth. Hold middle. Okay. Patience. Right side here. Come off it, off it, off it, off it, off it, off it. Late apex. The latest apex you've ever experienced in your life. Good. Stay left. Okay. And we're gonna use this carbon turn this.
You looked awesome out there.
That was amazing. That was so fun.
Stay left, stay left, stay left.
Yeah.
Brake, brake, brake. Okay, brake harder. Pull wide. Get a feel for the track first. All in. Brake, brake, brake.
Left, left, okay.
There you go. Right up.
He's flying.
Yeah, that's fast.
Woo! How do you feel?
Damn, amazing.
Awesome.
I want to do one more lap.
Well, that was some awesome stuff there. I'm a little jealous that they got to go.
Yeah.
I would like to just go out there and see it. I think that would be just insanely fun. All right, so folks, you've been waiting for it. The results are final. And let's go ahead and take a look at our final leaderboard for race number 2 and tally the scores. ladies and gentlemen, Lage is in third place alongside Lightning and Asics in the first and second position there. You see that. So we were looking before at how the provisional leaderboard kind of played out. But with Lage getting a couple more points, this does make it a tad bit more interesting. On the other side as well, I have to acknowledge this Box. He dropped down considerably, even though he finished the race, I would say admirably. In his placing, he ended up getting hit with a 5-second penalty that dropped him down from third place, I believe, to 8th place. I could be wrong there, but I believe that's what it panned out. But the good news is you won't have to hear me break this down. We actually have our expert on the field, and he is quite snazzy, as a matter of fact. The one and only Warren is joined there with Brian. Guys, what's going on?
All right, guys. Well, we've got a lot to get through. I want to actually, before we get into race 2, let's talk about race 1. You mentioned it on the casting desk there earlier. There was no penalties in race 1 because no one lost any time, right?
No, there was no assignment of any penalties. There was nothing crazy going on that had affected any race. There was a couple of bumps, a couple of corners in that, but there was no reason to give out any penalties, so we just went straight into race 2.
All right, and race 2, a different story. We had a lot of things happening on the track. A very exciting race, but we have, I think we're going to talk about 3 specific incidents on the track, right?
Yeah, that's right. Like you're saying, the first race was nice and clean. The second race got a little bit choppy. Starting off with Chris, we went into one of the corners and there was an instance where he was affected with a 50-second penalty. Taking out Lage lost 4 positions because of that. So it massively affected the whole race. The second instance was Box. Box landed up forcing BAM 7 into the wall, which totally affected again. And it got to a situation where things got a little bit skeptical going into the chicane, but it's one of those instances where pure pressure, trying to overtake your opponent, and it's a slight cut through the chicane, which obviously affected their opponent.
All right, so we talked about this yesterday. I want to spend a moment for those who might have missed how you guys are adjudicating these races. Let's talk about a little bit. What's the process look like behind the scenes for the Gfinity guys?
Yeah, it's a lot more complicated people to think. We're looking at every single POV. It's not like we've just got one screen and we're watching the spectators. We've got several spectating screens backstage, and we've got every single POV. So we've got a marshal watching every single POV, and those marshals are counting exactly. Now, for those of you at home, everyone thinks that we know exactly what players in every pod. We don't know that. So we're going by pod numbers. We are not taking in any situation that taking advantage of a certain player. So when we're calling out, we're calling the pod number, the time, and the instance, whether it's a cutting of a corner or it's a collision or it could be a multi-collision. After the race, we are then going back to our rewind machine and we're actually replaying every single instance. And there's several occasions where we're watching it over and over, going back 20 seconds to finding out exactly how fast players are going, drivers, to the point of if they're cutting a corner, does it slow one driver down, which is affecting it. So it's got to the point now where the guys are under pressure, but at the same time, there's a lot of professionalism going into place where we're actually watching every single instance to make sure it's a professional across the board.
All right, guys. Well, there's a peek behind the scenes at the Gfinity adjudication process. Guys, 15-second penalty means Chris scores no points in race number 2.
Wow, well, I tell you, that's I would say it's a breath of fresh air there for Craviator, though, who isn't cooking some donuts down there. That's unfortunate, but you know what I have to say, man. That is it's super insightful. I mentioned it before. It's just so interesting for me to come in and see the process that goes forward in this competition. Everyone takes this very seriously. Everyone is on the money. They know, they look, they pay attention to every single detail. I had a chance to actually go inside of the Gfinity room and saw how they have everything all set up. It's like a bunch of perspectives. Funny enough, for those of you who are Halo fans out there, it's very reminiscent of when I cast Halo, because when I do that, I see all 8 perspectives at the same time, and then I switch between each one. So it's just kind of brought back some memories of those events. But the good news is, though, and we're going to dive more into the details in a second, Renee, because I know you are just dying to talk about them.
This is just crazy, let's be honest.
It's getting insane, guys. Going into this last race, the stakes could not be higher. But for now, though, we're going to send it over to Shannon down on the floor as an interview with the one and only Lightning.
That's right. It is getting intense here. We saw Lightning after first race getting 4th. We didn't know what was going to happen, but came out on top in the second race. How you feeling now?
I'm feeling great. I'm glad that I was able to keep my first place this time and just run the race.
Yep. So you said you stayed out front. What's your plan going into this next race? Because we've got a different car. We got all kinds of commotion going on out back.
As long as I can get through the first turn and be in front, I think I can hold it all the way to the end.
And so we're here. You're in second place in points. Have you thought about how that's going to play out and how you're going to take the whole thing?
I think I have to win first. If Asics is in second at least, I have to come first. And it will only be 1 point.
Okay. Well, it is intense here. You were just saying, how are you feeling? Are you feeling calm? Are you the bar is getting set higher and higher?
The bar is very high right now. My nerves are almost shot. But the adrenaline's pumping. I think I can get through it.
It's going to be good. Well, good luck to you. We'll let you get back over there, and we'll take it back to you guys for what's next.
All right, what's next is our final race of the day. You heard it there. Lightning has to come out on top. Asics is right on his tail, or I should say he's right on the tail of Asics, but the advantage that he has going into our third and final race is that he starts in the pole position. For those of you who are just joining us here, welcome to the Forza Racing Championship New York Invitational presented by Porsche. I'm Golden Boy, joined by G-Runner here as we're going to call the action for our next game, or for our next race, I should say, as the action is insane. We started off with a relative clean race, but still some surprising results coming out of that one. You know, we had Asics who performed incredibly well going into that first position. Bam7 as well, who has been, playing and driving just some incredible Forza. We haven't even acknowledged him. We were going to throw to an interview with him, and we didn't even get a chance to do that too. It's like he's like the faceless man, folks. We don't know what he looks like. It's incredible. But jokes aside, though, the pressure is on for these drivers. Now, the final race. Renee, I want to get your thoughts here. What has to happen what has to happen for Lage to win, who's sitting third place in the points right now, and what has to happen for either Asics or Lightning?
I mean, first of all, people that could still win this championship, at least in my calculation, I'm not that good on numbers, but it's Asics, Lightning, Lage, and 7. They still all got the chance to come out on top. Lage would actually need to win, and if Asics and Lightning are fourth or worse, fourth would be a tie, which makes it even more complicated. But if they're fifth, sixth, whatever, then Lage will definitely win this. If Lightning wins it and Asics comes second, third, whatever, Lightning is the champion. But if it's just Lightning coming out in second position, Asics on third, or fourth and fifth, whatever, Asics will stay on top. So Lightning needs the win to make it happen, at least if Asics is close. So as long as Asics is directly behind him, then he has to win. Otherwise, there's no chance. Lage needs everyone else to drop behind fourth position to get that trophy. So 7 down by 15 points already. So I didn't really calculate that. It's nothing against 7, but I guess minus 15, that's something crazy to overcome, and he needs everyone else to nearly score nothing to make that happen. But it could still be possible.
It's still a possibility.
But hey, that's the best lineup we could have for this. The favorite of the whole Invitational is down by 13 points, so he needs a win. Lightning needs a win as long as Asics stays close to him, and Asics could actually just hook up with Lightning and stay safe. Just follow him as long as Lage is not on top.
Oh boy, it doesn't get any better than this, folks. Now it's time to take us to our next track. It's going to be Watkins Glen, and we have Allie. I want to get your thoughts here. What is it about this track that, makes it the final battleground for our drivers in the grand final?
Yeah, I mean, Watkins Glen, what an incredible place to finish off this, New York Invitational. It's absolutely awesome track. Lots and lots of very fast, very smooth corners. You're going to see there, turn 1 is a right-hander. That's the one just after the arrow, as always. After that, those things start heating up. It's a very fast right, very fast left, and then a very fast right onto an enormous straight. This is the alternative layout of Watkins Glen, so no bus stop chicane for you guys. After that, it's on into the boot section. The way that the Watkins Glen sort of picture is orientated here means the boot's upside down, but if you look in the bottom left corner there, you can see it's got the laces, it's got the toe, and then it's got the heel of the boot before we head into the last sector here. And it's all very difficult with a car which has far too much power for the amount of downforce it provides.
That's right. It's going to be the Porsche 918 Spider. All right, Ali, before we go into this, man, I want to get your thoughts. Who takes it? Who is the champion here in New York?
Yeah, I mean, Lightning, he's starting from pole position. He's got to hold it together. I think if he can get his rhythm together here, he's got this. At the same time, Asics 13, he knows how to bring a championship home. We've seen it before. It's going to be so close between these two guys. I'm just fascinated to see it.
All right, so just an FYI, Ali didn't pick an ant. He didn't pick one. He just kind of played the safe one. Ali, once again, who's going to win? Pick a guy. Pick somebody.
Yeah, with respect, Minister. Okay. I'm going for Lightning. Let's
All
do
right,
it.
there you go. I like to see some determination out of you, my man. Renee, who do you got?
It's not fun as long as we're not betting our salary.
No, what?
No, it's fine. I will go with Asics for this.
Asics. Okay. You know what? I feel like this is Lightning's time. I think it's time for him to make it happen.
So meal on you in case I'm the winner.
Well, you know what, man? You're going to be feeding me tonight, and I can't wait. And that sounded a little weird, but it's okay. We're just going to gloss over that one.
E for everyone.
E for everyone. All right. There we go, folks. I can't wait. Guys in the chat and in Beam and Twitch, I want to know who you want to win as well. Make sure you type it out there and let us know. It could not get any more intense. For Lage, it would need to be a miracle, dare I say, for him to be able to make this happen. But it's doable. It's not like it's one of those.
It's not the crazy miracle.
It's not the crazy miracle, but it is one of those that kind of everything just needs to go in his favor. And we've seen these races pan out in the so far, and things have shockingly, very eerie, gone in his favor numerous times. And for Lightning and Asics, it is really a shootout at this point in time. Remember, folks, Asics, if I'm correct, he will start in the second position. So this is it, guys. It is time. You have Asics in the second. Box, he had a tough second race. He goes down in the points. 7, still not out of this yet. A little bit more of a miracle would need to take place for him to be able to take this one. Kaiser Wolf in 5th. Harmonic in 6th. Lage, he is a guy that you need to look out for. If he manages to find himself in the pole position, that will be insane. Race Boy in 8th. GTZ Kriz, unfortunately for him, just won't happen given the circumstance in the second race. Venom there in 10th. Diablo in 11th, his teammate. And finally, Craviator in the final spot. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final race. Who will come out on top? Who will take home the lion's share of $25,000? We are off and ready to go. Renee, this is the first turn, and we know that the first turn can always be shaky.
Yeah, but Lightning cover up the inside line, giving no room to Asics here. Well, they now need to go uphill. Seems like Box struggled a bit throughout turn 1-7, still in 3rd position there. So he's in a good spot, covering up his teammates. Everyone clipping the wall on the right, going for the straight. As we said already, no bust up here. Just pull out, full speed, and then going downhill right-hander. But what happens on the top? I mean, Lightning will give draft to everyone. Everyone's in the slipstream of him, and he's going a bit wide. Giving a chance to Asics on the inside. No, not really, but he was drifting already. Can happen. Wow, this is a crazy moment going downhill there. You can easily lose the back because all your weight transfers to the front tires. Like, you got the engine in the back, yes, but it gets lighter. The weight transfers definitely up to the front. Oh, Lightning is under pressure. Look at Asics locking onto him, and Asics knows, hey, if Lightning wins, then second position is just not good enough.
That's right. It is a battle for first between these two guys, Asics and Lightning. These are going to be the drivers you need to pay attention to. For 7, though, what happens for him if he comes in first, I should say? He's really close to Lightning and Asics. If he comes in first, where does that put him? Does it put him, I would say maybe second or third, right? Not necessarily winning it. He needs those guys to drop further
to drop hard, yes. They all need to go back. That's it. Like, drop really, really hard. But we saw that happening this weekend already.
Yeah.
And Asics still on to Lightning. This will be a crazy battle. Another 7 laps to go. Asics with a slight mistake, but that's fine. But don't let Lightning run away. Because as soon as that happens, this man can't be stopped. That's it. Under braking, once again, that's Asics' best part of racing, actually. It seems like under braking, he really excels. very much in uphill once again. Wow, Leish in 6th. So he moved up by 1. That's not enough yet. Harmonic on his rear bumper here. Once again, the long straight. I really feel that the long straight might punish his Lightning for being in the lead every lap. And we see there's someone side by side in front of them. That could be Box. Box dropped the position. Kaiser
and Box.
Top. Whoa, running a bit wide. Box on the outside. Kaiser with the crossover maneuver. Going for the inside, but it's left-hander up next, and he needs to hit the banking on the inside. Otherwise, there's no chance. We're super fast in that turn. You see that Box coming out on top once again. So they switching positions all the way back to what it was before. So nothing changed. But hey, 7 seems to be on the back of Essex now. But he shouldn't do a move right now because Essex still got the chance to win this. But they have to catch Lightning, and currently they're not doing that.
Yeah, Lightning has just been in such a great spot here as we're in the second lap in this race. I mean, the pressure is on. You heard Lightning earlier. He said he was nervous. He said he was concerned. And this is certainly a race where you need to be concerned, especially with how Essex has been playing thus far and how he's been driving. Now, Ali, bringing you in here, man, anything that you've seen, anything that has caught your attention in this race?
Yeah, I mean, there is just one story here in this race, isn't there? And that is between BAM Essex 13 and Car Lightning for the win of this. That little bit of moving there on the straight between those guys. But yeah, I mean, they're battling it out for the win here. At the moment, if things would end in the order that they currently are, Lightning would take home the championship by 1 point, and outstandingly close here.
I want to say, we're looking at Leish in the third lap here. He is gaining on Kaiser Wolf. Kaiser Wolf needs to be careful because Leish is the type of driver to punish any of those mistakes. Ali, can you see Leish climbing into that 4th position given how things have panned out for him thus far?
You know, Leish, we've seen him season after season. He's an absolute pressure cooker of a driver. He's the kind of guy who just latches onto the rear of a car and you cannot shake him no matter how you try. Look at that, though, a little bit wide there in mid-corner, and Box is up his inside, manages to hang him out. But yeah, Leish, I mean, he's just... Yeah, it's so difficult to see him making a mistake. He just does it so rarely that Kaiser Wolf, he'll have to sweat.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is the sweatiest you could possibly be at this point in time. We'll come back to you in a little bit. Thank you so much, Ali. All right, so now back into the action. Here we go as we take a look here. 3rd place, it's going to be BAM 7 as he sees his 2 opponents up ahead, and they are further, and it feels like it's getting further and further for him. But Essex is caught up to Lightning, and that is something that I'm sure Lightning just did not want to happen just yet.
Lightning running a bit wide on the left-hander here. Nearly to the end of the lap number 3, that's where we're on right now. It's only 70 feet so far, and Essex looks very, very strong. I'm not even sure if there's not more pressure on Lightning than it's on Essex. Essex got lead, and
I think
he doesn't need to defend. He's the attacking one.
Well, even then, you think about the intangibles as well, right? The pressure, always being in second, getting that monkey off his back, as Scott Cole said earlier.
Under braking once again, closing the gap too much. I'm sorry for that.
No, you're good.
You saw him just diving into that exhaust system of the hybrid.
Essex is putting the pressure. He's putting the pressure, and he should, because he knows that for Lightning, so much is on the line here, and that very much so, it's really about the story of this entire weekend has been about Lightning. He's been lights out, dare I say. So for Essex to be able to come in here and get this I don't want to call it an upset, but it could be an upset. That's just insane. This is just such an incredible race so far.
I mean, Essex said that already during his player profile. For him, this will be his way back to the top, because everyone knew that he is super strong. He won championships in the past, but it seems lately he wasn't really up to that. He wasn't with Leish, he wasn't with Lightning at the top. He was always in a final group, but not really up for winning this.
Ali, I want to get your thoughts there on that attack from Essex and the pressure that he's putting on Lightning here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this, it's a super mature drive Lightning's giving us here, defending against Essex, but not moving into those defensive lines. You come a little bit off track into the center, you can stop somebody coming through, but it will, of course, hamper your line into the corner and often out of it. What Lightning's doing here is looking in his mirrors, and Essex is so close, but he's still staying on the fastest line. He's deciding, nope, he's not going to dive bomb me. We're all big boys here and we can do this. And yeah, I mean, that's brave of Lightning.
The pressure is on. Thank you so much, Ali, as we'll join you in a little while once again to get your thoughts here. Renee, you know, this battle between these two incredible drivers is the storyline in this race. Now, bear in mind, you do have Lage. We're 5 laps in. He is in 4th place. He took, was that Kaiser Wolf, I believe, was in that 4th position. He has slowly been climbing his way to the top, and that is scary for anyone on the track.
The good thing for Essex right now is that 7 has created that gap in between them, so Essex can attack and don't need to worry about someone jumping on his back right away when the attack goes wrong. So, hey, that's fine, but look at Lage, how fast he is. He's coming from all the back to overtake Kaiser Wolf, who is a great driver, and Lage just leaving him in the dust.
It's just, it's incredible, man. And we said it before, if all the pieces just went in his favor, I mean, granted, something major would have to happen between Lightning and Essex, but
they just need to take each other out. That's the problem. What happens if they really start to fight?
What happens if they get aggressive? You know what I mean? Especially going into that 7th lap. You know, I think that's when Essex is going to put that pressure on the Lightning, and he needs to be cautious about that.
Lightning had some slides already. You see Essex car being way more stable than Lightning. As long as he slides in specific corners, that's fine, because Essex can't make a move. It's just making the Porsche wider.
I just feel like he's looking for opportunities. He's just looking to see if Lightning makes mistakes.
He's reading Lightning right now. He's just waiting, like, where's the turn where Lightning is not super fast? We can put some pressure on.
I think it might be that first one.
First turn.
He's kind of been, it's been weird on that first turn a couple times.
There are not many lanes on it. That's the problem. It's not as you could move around.
Yeah, he doesn't have the freedom to move around, but like, what happens if he puts a little bit of pressure? You never know, right? I mean,
as soon as Lightning slides off, it's just over. Essex will punish him right away. Or what happens a lot in racing is you copy what the guy does in front of you, because right now Essex is just following like a train, you know?
Yeah.
Like following the line, I am on this, on this, on this. If Lightning does a mistake, Essex might do the same. But if they do a huge mistake, it's Lage coming back. Or 7. I mean, 7 is still on 3rd position, but 450 feet off already.
Yeah.
It's just like he's not up to what top 2 guys actually showing us.
No, not at all. I mean, and that means at Lage, and look at him there. He's 160, 70 feet away from them too. So that just means that the road for Lage to be able to win this one, it's getting, the window is, getting shorter and shorter, right? And smaller, I should say, really, this has been about Lightning and Essex in the 6th lap. Now, does he decide to go for something here is the question, or does he decide to apply the pressure? Of course, the miracle would be for Lage if both of these drivers just completely attack one another, or, something happens and he spins out. But look at that there. He goes a little wide on that one, and that's going to let Lightning continue to maintain his lead.
Essex is way too early into the turns right now because he's copying Lightning's line, but Lightning is of course steering into the turn a bit earlier. You see him, like he's always on the inside. He's not on his perfect line because they always try to make a ground just for the apex, but then he's losing it when he comes out of the turn. So that keeps him away from really closing the gap onto Lightning, but we see Lightning sliding every now and then. And at one point, and this particular banking all over Watkins Glen, it could punish him. And those slides, especially going downhill, are super, super risky.
Yeah, indeed they are. Just trying to get a lay of the land here, looking at what the other drivers are doing here as we're in the 7th lap here. 2 more remaining, and we will crown a champion here at the Forza Racing Championship New York Invitational, presented by Porsche. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's been an incredible weekend of racing action in Forza Motorsport 6, and this is only just the beginning of Season 3 of the Forza RC is going to continue to rage on throughout the year. It will be absolutely incredible. Back over, though, to the 2 guys, the storyline of this race. Essex
on the run now. Essex on the run. He got all the drive, all the slipstream available for him. Diving into that bend, slightly touching the rear bumper. There's nothing in between them. Nothing. You can't fit anything, not even a black hole. So, wow. How is he doing that? How is he following them that closely without losing his line? This particular corner where they are right now, I could see a mistake there. I just said it, and it happened to Essex, not to Lightning. Once again, increasing the gap between them, but Essex is not done yet. This is lap 7 out of 8. It's not over, but Essex needs to be aware of going like too hard into it. We know that GDC Chris did it a lot, so don't lose this.
I can't see Essex going that reckless and into it, right? I mean, at what point, though, do you decide to make it happen is the question. I think that's he knows he has to make a move, right?
Too far in the inside, so the curve there.
Yeah, exactly, right? He knows he has to make a move, and I feel like the pressure now is starting to get to Asics because we're in this 7th lap. We're about to close it out there. You see the line right ahead, and this is where moves need to be made. What does this look like? And for Lightning, he just needs to continue racing, dare I say, the race of his life at this point in time, given how Asics has been on his tail this entire time.
I'm super impressed by Lightning's performance right now. I mean, he's under so much pressure all the time, and finally now leading the last race, he got everything in his own hands. He just needs to bring home this one last lap, and he will become the first event champion of Season 3 in the Forza RC. And it's looking good so far, really looking good so far. Asics lost a lot of time on lap 7, so I don't see him making an attack in sector 1 or 2, but it's up to Lightning to just maintain that gap right now, because if he doesn't, it's over, and Leish is actually locking onto BAM 7, so he could switch positions there. Look at this.
Oh boy.
Yeah, 7 lost a lot of time. Leish is so super fast right now, but that's too late. It just won't happen for him anymore. As long as they don't take each other out.
It's just about getting a little bit more cash, right? Yeah. a little bit more money, I think, for Leish. I mean, this is absolutely thrilling. We are 100%. I mean, unless everything just falls apart, we are going to have a new champion. How exciting is that, Renee? You've been calling this game since the first season of the Forza RC, and you've seen Leish just be dominant throughout this entire run, and to finally see Lightning potentially get that monkey off of his back is just going to be so important for him. This is it, guys. Let's actually go up ahead. I want to see what's up with Lightning and Asics.
You went for Leish automatically.
I did.
Welcome to the Forza RC.
I know. And Asics is, 100 plus feet behind him here. He is right on him, but he's coming around the bend, and Lightning is right there. He can smell it. The victory is on his side. Will this be it? Will Lightning get it? Yes. This is it, folks. Lightning, unless something absolutely insane happens, Lightning is your champion. The victory, finally that first place is his, Renee.
Like I said, I'm just impressed. That was so much pressure. He's a young guy. He's a young driver. Came into this way later than Leish or Asics. They're all in this for long. You look at Leish, he's disappointed. I mean, he did a good race. That's it. Besides the performance in semi-final and the problem with the penalty, his grand final was just amazing. We didn't highlight it that much since he was always in the back. He was not winning the races, but hey, no one overtook as much as Leish. Definitely not. But wow, Lightning, all the pressure onto him, runner-up in Season 1, runner-up in Season 2. Everyone was watching him to finally beat Leish, and he did it. But he did not only beat Leish, because we could say, oh yeah, Leish had a bad day, and it paid off for Lightning. But hey, it was Asics being in the lead. Asics won race number 1. Asics was very close in race number 2, but Lightning was just doing this on his own. He beat Asics, he beat Leish. There's no other reason for him to be on top than just that he's a great, great driver.
I mean, I have to give all the credit in the world to Asics, also to Seven as well, for keeping himself in this one. We really didn't get to talk about him a lot or highlight him much throughout the show, and he has just continued to perform admirably in each and every race. So big congratulations to him. But we actually do have Scott down in the driver pit with Leish. Scott, I want to hear what this young man has to say.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. Leish, you've had some good races throughout throughout the seasons in Forza. This time, what happened? What happened here in New York?
Yeah, it all comes to the qualification yesterday, to be honest. So I think if I could just start in the front of the grid, I would have done better.
How tough is it starting from the back in each and every race, having to
really
overtake?
tough. It's really tough. You have to be careful about everybody. Every move is really hard to do. So yeah, it's really tough.
How are you feeling right now with, they have all these where they go back, they look at all the footage in the semifinals. That costs you. That's what sets you back. I mean, what's going through your mind when you're out there on the track and you have to have a clean race?
No, I think I did a clean race today. It's okay. I'm not scared about having a penalty. No, I feel comfortable about that.
Final question. What are you ready to go from here? This is the first time that you're not in the winner's circle. You're not getting the big check. It's got to feel a little different.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's my worst place in a championship ever since I'm doing championships on Forza, so probably 6 or 7 years ago. It's my worst place, so yeah, it's not really comfortable, but I'll try to do better next time.
Well, season 3 is just starting. What's next for you?
Well, season 3.
All right. He friggin' owned me right there, guys. Lage, he'll be back, I promise.
Oh, indeed, he will, without a doubt. And you could see that, he was a little disappointed there, in his performance. It was one of the lowest, if not the lowest placing that he's experienced here. And, though, I think it's also important, right, to kind of experience that, because that would, kick you into overdrive and get you right back into things and make you even hungrier for a victory going into the next one. So honestly, if I'm the rest of the pack, watch out, because Lage is coming.
I just hope that he got the time to practice, like to do his job in university and all that.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
I want to see all of them at their best. I want to see Lightning, Essex, 7, Box, of course, GDC Chris when he manages the stuff with being too aggressive, and Lage as well. Because I'm pretty sure if he got the chance to practice and get into the game once again, oh dear, he will come back so strong, because he's not the one that's just losing it right now because he lost one of the events. He will be home like, okay, I know what went wrong. Qualification wasn't good. Practice was missing. I can do this. And then we'll come back super strong in season 3.
Yeah. Well, guys, I mean, we will see what Lage brings to the table in our following events and throughout the season 3 of the Forza RC. But the story of this competition has been Essex, your runner-up, and your champion, Lightning. And Scott actually has him down on the floor for some words. Scott, what's up?
Both of the guys, Lightning, A6. I'll start with you first, A6. Heck of a grand final, man. You're just racing your heart out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real between me and you. How clean of a race did this guy race? Was it clean? Do you feel you deserve number 1?
Yeah, I mean, we was super close. There was so much pressure on us, and maybe he did some, you go out of track, but I did too. So I don't know. I mean, that was super close. I mean, that's racing. We do mistakes, but
how do you feel right now, waiting for the result, hoping things might turn your way?
I mean, if that don't change, I lose for 1 point. So I'm happy, but also disappointed because I really wanted to win in this one. So yeah, but I'd expect anything. I mean, I'm happy for what I did.
All right, feeling content. Over here with Lightning, who's currently unofficially first. This guy was chasing you the entire final race. What's it like having that pressure just building down on you?
It's not even just him, it's the crowd. I mean, all the pressure, the money, people. I mean, it's a lot of pressure, and I'm glad I can withstand some of it, but it was getting to me. I was starting to mess up. He started to catch up. But he made a few mistakes. I made a few mistakes, so it kind of canceled each other out.
Could you hear it? Could you hear the guy just barreling down on you, and you're trying to drive a defensive line, but still stay fast?
Yeah, I've practiced that over and over. Always try to be as fast as possible, even if I have to go defensive.
Well, unofficially, you are first, right? But we know they go back there, they review everything. Yeah. How clean was that race?
That race was really clean. It was probably one of the best races I've ever had. A6 put a lot of pressure on me, but it put a clean, good race on me. It was amazing.
Well, it was an amazing race for both of you guys. You heard it here, guys. Clean race, maybe the best race he's ever had and the biggest race he's ever had.
Thank you so much, Scott. And, well, you know what, Lightning? We're going to have to see what the final result is, whether it was really clean or not. But I have a feeling that we're looking at our first and second. We will see, though, because we are actually awaiting the final call from our Gfinity marshals. They're looking to, comb through all of the film, the footage, and just ensure that they are, that everything was done right and clean, and we can, crown a champion. So not just yet. And for those of you guys, again, who probably come from a esports background of first-person shooters and whatnot, you're used to, like final result, final winner, yay, trophy, champion, yay, and that's it, right? Close the show, we're done. I can go, buy a burger at Five Guys. But no, instead, we have to actually wait it out to ensure that everything was done correctly, and then and only then will we determine our champion. So we're going to get this one underway. For the time being, though, we actually had a chance to, get some really cool content, throughout this entire weekend. It was awesome. You saw, the time trials between Verena and Shannon. And speaking of Verena, we actually caught up with her and a couple other people in the awesome Race of Pro. So I'm really curious to see what this is. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hey, it's Verena, and I'm here at the flagship Microsoft store on 5th Avenue, and we have these Forza sleds set up here for guests to come here, play Forza, and see if they can beat Porsche Junior driver Matt Campbell's time, which is 1 minute and 6 seconds. Everyone is getting in line, getting their chance to drive Forza and see how they stack up next to Matt.
So what did you think about racing against Matt Campbell?
It was fun. It was exciting. It was a very interesting race.
Do you think you beat him?
No. Unfortunately not. It took some getting used to. Yeah. Wasn't an easy task.
All right, so how did it feel racing against Matt Campbell?
Well, it felt pretty good. It was pretty hard to race. I had a very good time. I think I did pretty well in the last round, but the first 2 rounds were very hard for me.
Did you beat his time?
No, I didn't beat his time. No, I was 24 seconds later as him.
I felt like I could have done much better. I crashed into a tire wall twice. I feel like that slowed me down, but I feel like I could have beat the time.
Did you beat his time?
No, I did not beat this time, sadly.
And how did you feel about the game in general?
I've been playing Forza for a while, so I really enjoy the game.
I'm standing in front of the Forza Racer Pro leaderboard, and as you can see, Matt still has the fastest time. Even the top time of the day is still 2.5 seconds off his pace. We've got a lot of competitors in line. They're super excited to race, so who knows what will happen at the end of the day, but good luck to all the competitors out there. Hope you can beat his time.
That was really great, Verena. Now, what I'm really excited about is we've been kind of seeing the videos from our head-to-head challenge over the past couple days, and what everybody doesn't know is that neither of us know who won. So I'm feeling pretty good, Verena. What are you thinking we're going to find out here in a minute?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good about my run at the track. You were coaching me, and it was, I don't know, I think it was a little bit of sabotage, I'm going to say. But I don't know, I'm just saying.
Well, that GT3 was awesome. That was your first time in the car.
It was.
I spend my days in GT3s at the Porsche Experience Center in Atlanta. So let's find out who won. We, of course, had a great time. Let's see what happened. Only 6 seconds faster, but that's okay because we always have room to improve,
That's
right?
right. Congratulations. That was an awesome run. And it was so much fun. And the GT3 going around that track was so awesome.
Yeah, we did have a good time. It was all in good fun. And I look forward to doing it again. And maybe we can get me out in a rally car, you show me the ropes there. That was really good. Thanks, guys. Let's see what's coming up next because I know that we should have some results coming up pretty soon.
That's very true there. And, it was a good result, and it made it even better with some dubstep in the background. You know what I mean? Like when you want to show results, we should do that for this. We should just get some dubstep and play that one. And
You're the nearly black guy. You should do dubstep, though. What? Give us the beatbox. Come on.
What did you just say? Dear God. You are just, you are unhinged. Unhinged. When you don't have results, you are unhinged, my friend. Unreal. But you know what, though?
I mean, you don't need my calculations anyway anymore.
Yeah, no more calculations, but not just yet. Oh, I tease. We are going to have our final results in just a little bit. But first, though, you saw Verena try and tackle Shannon in the, on the track there, and it didn't quite pan out. But I wonder how well she did when she learned how to drift. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Hey, it's Verena, and I'm here with Ray Morales from ESDA. Now, Ray, what is ESDA?
ESDA is esports drifting. It's an online virtual drifting competition.
And how long have you been around for?
We've been around for 10 years now in the Forza community.
Okay. Has it been growing as far as the beginning when you started it until now, and how much has it grown?
Substantially, actually. In the last year, we had a name change to ESDA, and within that last year, we've picked up quite a few sponsors. So it's grown quite a bit.
Oh, all right. So drifting is really fascinating because I am a professional drifter, or was a professional drifter competing in Formula Drift. Now I see you folks drifting in Forza, and it's fascinating because not only do you get to do it and it doesn't cost a lot of money for tires and wrecks and things like that, but in physical drifting, I drive by the seat of my pants. And so I want to know how you do it in Forza.
I guess you could kind of say it's like by the seat of your hands, because you're going by the force feedback that you feel in your hands. So rather than being, feeling it in like you said, in your pants, you have to use your hands to feel it, and a little bit of throttle control.
Okay, now that's really interesting. I'm trying to wrap my head around it as you talk. So what about the wheel? I mean, is it like a real wheel, or just tell me about that. I have no idea.
There's actually different settings. You can set the wheel to 900, which would make it feel like a real car. But again, the feeling is in your hands still. So you still have to use your hands to feel. But it does make it that much more realistic.
Okay, now do most drifters use the wheel in drifting, or do they use the controller?
We've got a good mix. We've got a good mix of both, wheel and controller. But I'd like to think that usually the wheel drifters can be a little bit more consistent.
Okay. Now, is the wheel drift easier?
No, I wouldn't say it's easier. I wouldn't necessarily say it's harder either. There's a learning curve for both, and once you get that learning curve, you're pretty good.
All right, so I could ask you questions and stand here all day, but I think I just have to try for myself. What do you think?
I think so. We'll have to get you on the track and maybe get you out there with Reese.
All right, so I think it's about time I go for it.
It was a little bit of a task for me to get used to it.
Yeah. All these planes.
Let's see if we can get you to go around one consistent. A little bit of understeer.
Yeah.
There we go. I play with the throttle. I kind of like bounce it.
So I just had my shot at drifting on Forza, and let me tell you, it is a lot more difficult than it looks. Yeah, it's fun when you start sliding, but to hold the slide is super, super hard. The hardest part for me is when I'm physically drifting my car, I drive by the seat of my pants. So I feel the rear of the car start to slide, and I'm strapped in the car, so I'm one with the car. With this, there's not a whole lot of feedback, so I have to actually get used to feeling the feedback in the wheel. But I would love to be part of a drift team, so I'm gonna have to practice more.
They called it madness. Building the car of your dreams yourself. Madness. Putting the engine in the back. Madness. Launching a turbocharged super sports car in the midst of a worldwide oil crisis. Madness. Taking a sports car into the desert and taking the insights gained there back onto the streets. Madness. Building the first hybrid car on Earth. And when its time had come, the fastest one on Earth. Once more, they called it madness. Let them call it madness. 4 business class seats. The courage to upgrade not only the driving, but also the driver. The courage to transfer an unmistakable design DNA and create a luxury saloon that was born on the racetrack and is at home on the roads. The new Panamera. Courage changes everything.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We're here over at the on the floor, and we're joined by Warren. Now, Warren, by the way, I just gotta say, you got a pretty nice pin there, my man. I was a
Thank
pin
you.
guy, you know, and you're looking really nice, and I'm over here wearing this nice polo, but you look so fancy.
You can have it, Alex.
This is the
don't
first
worry.
time you and I have actually been on camera before
This
as
is
well
true.
together. I've known you for years, and this is awesome. So, all right, Warren, let's kind of run through the final race there. Anything major, anything you want to highlight?
Nothing major. I think, throughout the weekend it shows the progression of the players. They definitely have adjusted to the new rule sets, which is fantastic. I just want to thank all the players for obviously understanding and taking on the new rules. And, obviously it's a new format for these guys. But throughout that race, there wasn't anything serious to come up. There was a slight penalty, 5-second penalty from Race Boys, which slightly obviously adjusted the leaderboards. But overall, I think, thanks to the players, they've adjusted to everything very, very professionally. And yeah, for myself and the marshals, I hope you guys have had a good weekend.
Yeah, it was incredible. Big thank you for everything that you guys have done. I know it was not an easy job whatsoever. Are you excited for the rest of the season?
You know what? I was saying to the guys backstage, this is one of the best events that we've done. There's so much progression, and more importantly, the team that we have working together is phenomenal. Everyone coming together really, really good. And I'm very much looking forward to the next season.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Well, thank you so much, Warren, for your time. And of course, we'll be looking forward to seeing Gfinity involved in the Forza Racing Championship. Now, though, let's actually go ahead and send it over to the stage where we will announce our winner.
You guys, it has been a phenomenal weekend. I am so excited to get ready to announce the winner, present some beautiful prizes on top of their winnings. I am here with Sebastian from Porsche, and it has been an amazing weekend. How do you feel about how this has come together? Are you quite excited?
Yes, thank you, Shannon. I'm really happy to be here. First of all, I want on behalf of Porsche thank all participants for these great, exciting and high-performance race weekend. It's an important step for us to be the partner of the first Porsche eSport event season, and we saw really exciting overtaking, great races and a big performance of the whole grid.
Absolutely. Well, let's get right to it, guys. Let's first bring down our third place finisher in the New York Invitational 7. Come on down, right down here. Woo! And here he is. Congratulations, 7. All right. Now, number 2, we've seen a lot of him this weekend, and that is A6. A6, come on down here. He might be the tallest guy in the field. Here he comes. Very good. Very great. And without further ado, we've seen a lot from him, and he is the last season's runner-up. No surprise, Lightning, come on down for your first place. Good. Woohoo! Go down this way. All right, slide on in here. So, we've been seeing a lot of you. You must feel a weight off your shoulders. How are you feeling? This is so exciting.
I feel amazing. It's just a wonderful opportunity to be able to come here and be able to win it too.
Yeah. I know that there was a lot going in your head coming into this. Are you surprised?
Not really. Well, I am a little bit because I did mess up the first race quite a bit. I mean, I thought I had lost my chance at winning, but I was able to secure it.
Yeah. And first time flying on a plane, first time to New York. You couldn't have said it better by coming here and winning. Congratulations to you. Where do you see this going forward for you?
I hope to just keep doing competitions and keep coming out and hopefully win some more.
That's right. Great mindset. We'll see you again, I'm sure, very soon. All right, guys, that's it over here. I know that you might have some more words to close out this thing. Thanks so much.
All right, guys, thank you so much. And yes, I mean, what an incredible weekend of competition. Congratulations to Lightning. He finally was able to make it happen. And he
redeeming
redeeming himself in season 1 and 2, being the runner-up, finally coming in, starting the season off with a championship victory. How incredible of a feeling this must be for him. But now, here we are. I mean, this is the close of the show. It's been an incredible weekend of Forza action. You've been involved in the community for a really long time. And how's this experience been for you?
I'm super happy where we are with Forza right now. I mean, it became bigger in each season. We tried to progress. We tried to improve. We told everyone back then, hey, this is about improvement. We need to learn. Everyone needs to learn. We need to build up the community. We need to build up like a competitive environment for this to really take Forza onto a pro level.
Yeah.
And hey, I'm super happy with the event. The event was looking great. We had awesome races. People that are working here, everyone is hype. Everyone's passionate about what they're doing.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we will have an amazing season 3, especially with you on board now and everyone else on the talent team and the whole crew. So yeah, I'm up for more and I hope season 3 is starting as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's incredible. This was a really fun experience for me personally, having been involved in this. And, and I really am open and thankful for the Forza community for being so awesome and, letting myself and Shannon and Verena as well as Scott involved. And I think, we're pumped to see where this goes. I think that there's just so much upwards potential for competitive Forza, and I really hope that we continue to see that climb. So let's go ahead and take a look at the final standings of this competition and how it all played out there. So Lightning in first. You have A6 in second, 7 in third. Lage coming in fourth place there. 1 point difference between him and 7. He would have been in the top 3, but it was not meant to be. It was, predominantly Bam there at the top. And, I think for all of our drivers here, this certainly was just a gauntlet, an incredible competition and a test of endurance and ability that I think everyone just took something away from this, right? And I'm pumped to see what they continue to do moving forward in season 3.
I'm pretty sure all of them will improve. And it just showed them, hey, Lage is beatable. Forza RC is not only about him. Anyone else can grab the trophy, and I'm super happy that Lightning did. But hey, it's another esports plus cars driver, so it's time for another team to step in there. So I'm pretty sure all the other teams are now practicing, improving, doing hours and hours on Forza just to make sure that esports plus cars is not dominating the whole Forza RC world. So I'm more than willing to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. And let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the season as well to see what is going to be coming up. I actually have no idea what this is, so I hope we have some cool stuff there. So let's go ahead and run that bad boy when we get a chance there. So for the upcoming season, we have the Porsche Cup. April 26th, we'll have a special Forza RC edition on Beam. May 1st, qualification begins for Elite and the Recreation Series. And in June, we will have the season finals. And no announcements just yet there. I think everyone kind of expected this coming into it. But you know what? It's awesome nonetheless, and super happy to just see this season kind of play out. In June, we will have a season 3 champion. Whew, it's going to be exciting, man.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope that Lightning will be there, that Lage will be there, Essex, Box. I want to see
no
Box
doubt.
come and return to this. GDC Chris, hey, let's have a season with him on the top.
No doubt. No doubt in my mind. We will be seeing this and more in the Forza RC. Renee, it was a pleasure to work with you, as well as Ali, our incredible analyst, Scott Cole, Verena, and Shannon from the talent team, and for the entire production and the crew that has just done an incredible job this week. And big thank you to everyone who tuned in to the Forza RC 2017 New York Invitational presented by Porsche. We'll see you on the track next time. Take care.